Good afternoon and welcome to all the participants to the CMDR COE 9th Annual Conference, our biggest and one of the most important events. This year, I'm privileged to open the conference. Thank you for that opportunity, and I would like to greet all our participants, some of them participating for 9th consecutive way, our biggest event. Thank you for coming here. And because this year, as you know, we are preparing this event in a hybrid mode, meaning that some of you are attending the conference here personally, and some of you are behind the screen. So let me first start with some administrative remarks regarding the both participations before giving the floor to our distinguished and guests and to our director, Colonel Orlin Nikolov. So to start with, for the people who are participating physically, you should be aware about the COVID-19 prevention measures. Please wear your masks in the closed areas here in Brussels Hall and all the areas surrounding here on the first floor. And you must be
Everything is fine? Okay. Okay, just to give a little time to start our broadcasting. I'm really sorry for this effect. It's, as we said, general effect when the general is coming in the hall, and every time it's happened. Distinguished keynote speakers, lecturers, and participants. It is a great pleasure and honor to welcome you at the 9th Annual Conference of Crisis Management and Disaster Response. This annual conference provides a wide platform for interaction and exchange among the CMDR community of interest, subject matter expertise from NATO allies and partners, the academia, and the private and non-governmental sectors. This year's event will discuss climate change as a global trend, threat, implications on all aspects of life and space weather environmental modeling. The unpredictable place of environmental degradation, which threatens the existence of ecosystems and leading entire species to extinction, is deeply intertwined with human activities. Human activities also suffer from climate change as it increases the frequency and intensity of catastrophic events of different types. Already COVID-19 is painfully highlighting the immediate need for improved environmental and pollution management and emphasis on health and well-being. Meanwhile, I'm very happy that finally we organized this face-to-face meeting in hybrid mode, and believe me, it's completely different than online mode. I'm very happy to see your happy faces. Even behind the masks, I can see your eyes and I can watch them. Thank you. The ability to stimulate and predict space weather phenomena and effects is critical to the improvement of operations and performance of satellite missions in all orbital regimes. With the increasing dependence on satellite-based navigation systems such as GPS, which are vulnerable to large solar and ionospheric disturbances, space weather alert systems will be increasingly important in the future. In this ever dynamic and harsh environment, the effects of space weather are unpredictable to a large degree, and while great progress has been made in the last decade, in space weather modeling, much work needs to be done yet to enhance the ability to effectively model space weather. By changing the environment across critical components, climate change and space weather are also affecting negatively military activities and hence necessitate due in decision-making and planning processes. Placing the focus on this thematic, the CMDR COE seeks to inform adequate preparedness and contribute to timely adoption in line with the objective of contributing to NATO's continued transforming in the CMDR domain. This conference in 2021 is devoted to the following topics. You already have it at the agenda. Climate change, implication on military activities into 4 panels as a threat multiplier, enhancing societal resilience, as a new challenge for NATO, and space weather environment. At this year's conference, we are very fortunate to have the support of a great team of keynote speakers. Rear Admiral John Taman, Decos of Strategic Plans and Policy in the Allied Command of Transformation, Mr. Dirk Dubois, ESDC, Head of the European Security and Defense College, Mr. Jean-Dominique Dullier, Head of Crisis Responses and Exercises in NATO HQ, Ops Division, Mr. Yurdan Buzhilov, our great friend, President of the Sofia Forum for Security, and Dr. Raed Arafat, Secretary of State Ministry of Internal Affairs in Romania. I'm convinced that thank you to our common efforts, the 9th annual CMDR COE conference will become an excellent venue for developing civilian and military capabilities to better prepare for predict, prevent, and respond to crises and disasters in support of NATO and partners' crisis management system. I would like to wish at the end of the conference to be with very clear picture about how to continue to develop our endeavor for better prepared governmental institutions in the upcoming climate change and space weather environmental challenges. I wish to all of us fruitful and rewarding endeavor at the conference. Thank you very much. The moderator of the first panel with our keynote speakers. I would like to present our keynote speaker for the first panel. Meanwhile, please go, as Stanislava already explained, on our website, click the button Ask Your Lecture, and put the password 4111 to ask your questions. You can see on the slide who are our lecturers, Mr. Dirk Dubois, Jean-Dominique Dullier, Mr. Yudan Bujilov, and Dr. Raad Arafat. And you'll hear the last keynote speaker because of US time. He will come at the last panel at around 5 o'clock local time, 6 o'clock, I think, is Central European time. Let's start, because we lost a lot of time, with the first speaker. And I would like to present the first speaker, Mr. Dirk Dubois, European Security Defense College head. At the age of 18, Dirk Dubois joined the Belgian Army in 1981. He graduated from the Royal Military Academy after 4.5 years with a master's degree in social and military sciences. He spent the first part of his career in operational units as a field artillery officer and as an instructor and staff officer at the Belgian Artillery School. During one of his operational deployments, he served as a liaison officer with the United Nations, EU, and local civilian authorities. He learned at first hand how civilian and military efforts can supplement each other to achieve better results than if they each operate independently. In 2004, Mr. Dubois started the second phase of his career when he joined the Belgian Defense Headquarters and became a member of the team responsible for the follow-up of strategic management objectives. In 2012, he applied for a position as a training manager of the European Security and Defense College, and he occupied this position in 2012 when he returned to the Belgian Defense Headquarters in the Directorate General for Education as head of the division responsible for external relations in the field of education, both on national side and with relevant partner countries. This post allowed him to take up the job of chairperson of the implementation group for the European Initiative for the exchange of young officers inspired by Erasmus in the summer of 2013. In 2014, he applied for the position of head of the European Security and Defense College and was appointed to that post by the High Representative of the Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy on April 1st, 2015. Dirk lives in Antwerp, together with his wife Sabine. They have 2 daughters. Happy father. Dirk Dubois, the screen and the floor is yours. If you can hear me well, I hope that everything is fine now with our connection, and yes, you can start with your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Colonel Nikolov. Dear distinguished members of the panel, dear participants, either in the room in Sofia or wherever you are online in the world, thank you for the opportunity to share a few of my ideas on climate change and what it will mean for the future, specifically in the military, but also more broadly in security and defense. Allow me to share my screen, and I hope this actually works. Just a few seconds, you should see my screen. So the content of my presentation will follow the following line. What is the influence on climate change on the individual, on state actors and non-state actors, and on our own military activities, both on a macro scale, where will we be active, and on a tactical scale. And as an illustrative scenario, I took sub-Saharan Africa, and I would like to share with you a few maps just to draw out the problem. And the first thing I notice on this map, despite the vivid colors, is the fact that this map has obviously been drawn in Europe. And the reason that you can see that is not only because Europe is in the middle of the map, but also because of the colors used. And bright red, and even the darker red, means that the countries will be severely affected by climate change. And if you move towards the yellow, then it simply means that the countries will be less affected by climate change. Now, how can you derive from these pictures that this is a European map? Well, if you look through the glasses of climate denial, then it immediately strikes you that Europe is, or at least the European Union, is almost not affected, or seems normally not to be affected by climate change, while a country like the US would be heavily influenced by climate change, and even worse, China, India will be hit as well. I saw a map from the US military, and there it says that the US would not be affected by climate change. And the reasoning they had, well, we're a rich country, whatever climate throws at us, we can be resilient enough to overcome that challenge. So definitely this is a map drawn in Europe, and it's called climate denial. And if you see on this map, you can already see that sub-Saharan Africa will be quite dramatically hit by climate change. And if you look at the following map, which should appear now, it is even more exemplified in here. The colors on this map refer to the loss of cereal production in the next 30 years or so. It is clear on this map that in what is called the Sahel, sub-Saharan Africa, almost 50% of the production of food, of cereals, will be lost in the next 30 to 50 years. And this in a region that is already very much struggling to feed its own population. Now, I want to share a last map of the world and of Europe and Africa. And this is a map displaying the population growth over the next couple of years. And guess what is going to happen with African population by 2050? What will happen with the African population by 2050? Well, it is going to double. So you double the population, reduce their food supplies by 50% in a region that you already have famines on a very regular basis. This explains my first bullet. It will lead to poverty, but poverty in such a way that it is desperate, that people are starving, that they cannot provide their livelihoods in the region. We already have seen the two main results of that. If you take away all the chances of a population, they will start to migrate. And this has led to the serious migration problems, together, of course, with the wars in Central Asia, but also in Syria. But the migration waves coming towards a place where it's still good to live, to Europe. It also leads to radicalization. If the only organization in your own country that is providing you some form of livelihood is a radical Islamist movement, then you will join that radicalist Islamic movement just to feed yourself and just to feed your family. Now, on a bigger scale, not on the individual scale, but on the macro scale, what does this mean for states? Well, apart from the fact that states will become more and more unstable in the region, between them, they will start fighting over resources that we in Western Europe take for granted, such as clear water or clean air. This is already exemplified in the region that I was talking about in the dispute that is currently still going on, and that could actually lead to more heated confrontations between a country like Egypt, which depends on the waters of the Nile to irrigate its fields, and a country like Sudan, who is building a major dam, as you all know, on the Blue Nile, creating a threat on Egypt to cut off the water supplies and to hold it even as a weapon of terror, if you want. I'm not saying that currently already we're in such a state in between Egypt and Sudan that they are fighting over it in armed conflict, but potentially this is what could happen, and this has happened in other regions as well. Now, if you look at it from our own perspective, from the European Union side, first of all, to a similar extent also the case for NATO, what does it mean? Well, if you would look at the map of where the EU CSDP missions and operations are active, you will see two big clusters. Well, first of all, you obviously have our direct neighborhood, which means the Balkan countries, former Yugoslavia, and the eastern part of Europe with Ukraine and Georgia. That's the first cluster. But the second quite important cluster corresponds exactly to the region that I was talking about. So we are there active, not for our own benefit, not from the good of our souls because we want to save the world population from famine, not necessarily. We do it out of a justified own interest. We want to make certain that the local populations have the resources to remain in place. This is why we do development aid. This is why we send our missions and operations there to train up the partner countries in there and to fight one of the symptoms that is triggered, amongst others, by climate change, namely radicalization. On a more tactical scale, there are obviously also some influences on the type of equipment that we need to fight. If you look, for instance, at an operation like we had a number of years ago in Chad, where we had all the difficulty in the world of finding suitable helicopters. For one reason, for two reasons. The one was political will. Obviously, if member states do not want to make helicopters available, they don't do so. But the second one is also that the helicopters that we had were developed for Western Europe or Central Europe. If you put these helicopters in a hot and dry climate, they lack the necessary power to fly the ranges that they are designed to do and to carry the loads that they are designed to carry. So that's already one item. You have to protect your people. But you also perhaps need to think about if you want to drag all the petrol, oil and lubricants across the desert for thousands of kilometers from the coast to the place where you're active. And if you don't want to do that, you might want to think about new types of equipment that can be more resilient and need less petrol, oil and lubricant supplies to function. So you might think about investing in solar power and to start using that for your military operations. With this, I just wanted to highlight a few thoughts, a few places. I will be happy to answer any questions afterwards. And Olin, the floor is back to you.
Actually, I have a lot of questions, but I will give it when you come here in Sofia. Meanwhile, we already have 1-2 questions, but I will keep it for the finishing all keynote speakers. Let's continue with the next keynote speaker, Just I would like again to provoke the audience and to put your questions in the platform or through chat forum in YouTube. The next speaker is Mr. Jean-Dominique Gullier. Actually, we call him godfather of crisis management and disaster response center of excellence, because he was one of the persons who helped us to create this center here in Bulgaria. He now is the head of the crisis responses and exercises in NATO Ops Division, and he is an international civil servant and the head of the crisis response systems and exercises section in NATO HQ Brussels, International Staff Operations Division. This section supports the work of the North Atlantic Council, including through the Council Operations and Exercise Committee. Mr. Gullier advises senior leadership and allies on crisis management and collective defense decision-making issues. He leads the integrated team in charge, among other functions, of the maintenance of the NATO crisis response system, including crisis arrangements on behalf of and in coordination with the 30 allies and the NATO military authorities. Before his earlier volunteer departure from the French Army and Cavalry, he served from 2007 to 2009 as military advisor to the French ambassador to NATO. From 2005 to 2007, he was a colonel, the commanding officer of the regiment of Chasseurs, I'm sorry for my French, and Verdun. He served previously in the French Ministry of Defense, International Affairs, and previously in the Center for Defense and Analysis. In operations tours, he served in command of senior staff appointment United Nations PROFOR Sarajevo, 94-95, in KFOR in 2000, and in S4 in 2001. He graduated from the French University de la Sorbonne, holds a master's degree in defense studies from King's College London, and attended the 101st senior course of the NATO Defense College in Rome. He also graduated from the French École de Guerre in 1999, as well as the British Joint Services Command and Staff College in 2000. His awards include Knight of the French Legion of Honor, Officer of the French National Order of Merit, and a Commendation in Action in Sarajevo in 1995. He is fluent in French and in English and has some notion of German. Mr. Jean-Dominique, the screen and the floor is yours.
Mr. Secretary, dear Olin, it's a pleasure to be here, not physically, but remotely to this annual conference. And we appreciate very much the dedication, actually, of the Crisis Management and Disaster Response Center of Excellence. I'm afraid that there may be a few repetitions in what we are all going to say today on the implications of climate change on security. Because climate change is in effect an evolving multi-dimensional challenge which acts as a threat multiplier on global security and, of course, on allied security, seen from a NATO perspective. It impacts human life at all levels. Its adverse effects are to be expected on the availability of resources, including water, and in particular water, which in turn may cause tensions and conflicts. Some regions, as very well highlighted by Dirk Dubois, will become uninhabitable and or dangerous for human health, leading to new waves of refugees, potential famines, floods, all this causing loss of livelihoods, of land, population displacement. And of course, this will strike first and foremost the vulnerable, the poor, the marginalized populations who will be absolutely impacted by that evolution, even if we consider actually a scenario of low warming. And in addition, regions such as the Arctic, for example, severely affected by climate change, are likely to escalate over competing commercial interests. So the military forces will be impacted, and there will be many military implications for that. And I think the days ahead of us are going to explore some of those issues in more detail. Now, NATO has been addressing environmental challenges for over 50 years, in effect, quite practically developing standards for extreme weather conditions and disaster response. Climate change was also highlighted as a challenge in the Lisbon 2010 Summit Declaration and in the strategic concept. The Alliance has been progressively adapting its response operations and infrastructure to address such issues. And the Alliance continues to coordinate civil preparedness, and I see Wim van Ham on the screen from EADRCC, to coordinate civil preparedness and civil emergency responses to environmental disasters. So what NATO will continue to do is actually to adapt its military assets and capabilities to extreme climate conditions. The climate conditions affect actually aircraft performance, mission planning, logistical efforts, search and rescue procedures. They impact capabilities and warfare across all domains and in all environments. Now, looking ahead, in the framework of NATO 2030, experts have identified the need to update NATO's strategic concept and to address, including in that concept, climate change. The Alliance has developed a plan to address such challenges. This framework will enable to address the short, medium, and long-term defense efforts that are required to adapt equipment, technology, information, as well as organizational concepts, doctrines to climate change, in order to support operational effectiveness, interoperability, and logistics. But beyond that, NATO will also be an actor in contributing to the mitigation of climate change, reducing the dependency on fossil fuels, may reduce also costs, may facilitate logistics, may enhance resilience, and increase freedom of maneuver, as just an example. So to conclude, in a nutshell, climate change is high on NATO's agenda. It is high because there is the need to better understand and anticipate its impact on our security. It's high on the agenda to be able to adapt, to operate in all conditions across domains, because climate change impacts the way and will impact as we move forward the ways in which we operate. And is high on the agenda because NATO will play its part in reducing military emissions, in greening our forces, and in prioritizing sustainable technology. Dear colleagues, this concludes my introduction. Over to you, Arlene, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Jean-Dominique, for your keynote speak. And I would like to continue. And of course, the questions will be to the end of the session to all of you. I'm really sorry that you are not here together with me on this scene and to talk a little bit more. The next keynote speaker is Mr. Yurdan Buzilov, President of the Sofia Security Forum. He holds a master's degree in political science and a master of law. In 1992, he began his career in the Ministry of Defense of the Republic of Bulgaria. His professional career goes successfully through all grades and positions. As an expert and senior expert, he worked on the coordination of the Ministry of Defense with the other ministries and the Council of Ministers. He was subsequently appointed chief of the Chancellery Department. As such, he managed the entire documentary work of the ministry and was responsible for the development and implementation of a number of information systems. In 2000-2003, he completed a course at the Geneva Center for Security Policy. On his return, he was appointed Chief of International Organizations and Arms Control Department of the Ministry of Defense. As such, he represented the Ministry of Defense in a number of international organizations. From 2005 to 2008, he was the director of the International Cooperation Directorate, responsible for the bilateral relations of the Ministry of Defense and the participation of the ministry in international organizations. He has led the negotiations and the conclusions of bilateral defense agreement. From 2008 until the beginning of 2010, he was the Deputy Director of the Defense Policy Directorate. Between 2005 and 2008, he represented Bulgaria in various NATO working groups. In 2008, he worked as chairman of the Multinational Advisory Group of RAGVIAC. In the period 2010-2013, he served as chief of the Cabinet of the Minister of Defense. Since 2013, he has been working as an analyst in the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences and is chairman of the Sofia Security Forum, a non-governmental organization working in the spheres of security, defense, international relations, and the training of young leaders. Yordan Bozhilov has many publications on the issues related to the defense and security, NATO and EU, Black Sea security and stability, terrorism, etc. He is a commentator for different media and often invited as a lecturer to various national and international events. Mr. Bozhilov, thank you again to be part of our conference, and the screen and floor is yours.
Thank you, Colonel Nikolov, for the kind presentation, and thank you for the great partnership we have with your center. Allow me to offer some thoughts on the topic, which I consider very important, as climate change is among the most debated issues nowadays. One of the main questions, of course, is what and how significant is the human factor and whether we can stop or slow down these changes. Until recently, I would say that climate change was considered in the public discourse mainly through the prism of the economy and development. But today we are increasingly talking about its connection to security. Or we are talking about the link between climate change and issues provoking conflicts, migration, affecting social security, subsistence of population, the health of people. In many cases, the climate change can be a multiplier of various problems. Ecological problems combined with population growth, soil degradation, water and food shortages are resulting in increased poverty, malnutrition in many countries, which leads to displacement of people, which also leads to conflict between local population and the newcomers. It is estimated that by 2050, more than 150 million people in Asia, Africa, and Latin America will be displaced due to the factors caused by the climate change. For many people, the link between the climate change and security is not an abstract one. Let's take the small islands and island nations in the Pacific region. They are threatened by blurring of borders due to climate change, especially warming, leading to rising the ocean levels. Demarcation lines of borders are disappearing. They are also losing territory. The link between the climate change and security was widely discussed last year in a video conference with the members of the UN Security Council. Discussion took place on September 17th, and it was mainly dedicated to the Sahel and Lake Chad region. The president of International Committee of the Red Cross called during the meeting for more in-depth policy reflection on the links between environmental degradation, climate risk, humanitarian needs, and peace and security. He also informed that International Committee of the Red Cross prepared an updated guidelines for the protection of nature environment in armed conflicts. These guidelines shall be incorporated in national manuals. This is another example of the impact of climate change on military affairs. And due to the social and economic consequences of the climate change, the number of extremist groups is increasing. Such is the case of, for example, Boko Haram, which is largely related to the reduction of water resources in the region. And Mr. Dubois spoke on this issue just before me. The link between the security change, the climate change, and natural disasters, mainly storms and floods, are already proven. According to the Human Caused Disasters report issued by the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, in the period between 2000 and 2020, there were 7,348 major record disasters, claiming 1.23 million lives, affecting 2.4 billion people, and resulting in approximately $3 trillion in global economic losses. These numbers are almost twice more than the previous 20 years. So we have double number of disasters. And no country is isolated from the impact of climate change. For example, Germany lost more than $5 billion only in 2018 due to the critical hot weather and drought. And this is a country with mechanisms of resilience. So it's not only poorest countries that are affected. Climate changes are among the main factors leading to biodiversity loss, soil erosion, salinization. Deterioration of soil quality means that the crops we are currently producing will not be able to be grown in the future. This leads to losses, changes in trade chains, and many, many more. Last year, Sofia Security Forum implemented a project on the climate change and security. And the idea was to look at the relationship as broadly as possible. For example, among the issues we discussed was the food security. Due to climate change, there is a growth of cases of mycotoxins. Mycotoxins are naturally occurring toxins produced by certain modes, and they are toxic for humans, animals, and plants. Mycotoxins lead to diseases called mycotoxicosis, which affect almost all organs of the human body. And mycotoxins are responsible for 1/4 of the destruction of food for humans and animals worldwide any year. This is only one aspect of the link between climate change and security. And you, of course, understand how critical this is, for example, for forces, including deployed forces. Why I'm sharing this with you? The idea is that we need to look at the relationship between the climate change and security comprehensively, even if we don't see a direct connection. As a climate change, this should mean that we'll have to make an effort to address and adapt. Climate change is a huge challenge for humanity, but also an incredible opportunity, I would say, to move forward to a more sustainable model of production and consumption. And I link climate change to overall transformation, which has been leading to bigger transition to renewable energy resources, green production, green transportation, etc., etc., etc. The major challenge today involves the rapid pace of the climate changes. And we have to address this issue. Climate change is going to continue in the future, and we need implementation of effective adaptation strategies and policies and particularly important is to reduce the adverse effects. What I believe we need an awareness of the climate change, why climate change happened, but also what can be consequences. We need greater awareness about the policies at national and international level. We have to develop an environmental protection culture to update environmental legislation and to introduce nature-friendly economies. Understanding the link between the climate change and security will allow us to increase our resilience to address the negative implications on security. All this will require, of course, long-term planning of all activities, including in the military sphere. And we see a lot of positive examples in this regard, and I'm very satisfied that NATO pays attention on climate change, as Mr. Doulier already mentioned what NATO is doing. As it is stated in NATO 2030 report by the NATO Secretary General, the Alliance as such has to play a role in increasing situational awareness, early warning, and information sharing with regard to the link between climate change and security, and of course, NATO's operation. And it is in consideration of establishing a NATO Center of Excellence on Climate and Security, which will, of course, have a much more global view on this. So we are moving in a right direction, and I expect that the conference will produce an important results, and of course it will contribute to better understanding on the climate change and link to the security. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Buzilov. Thank you. I fully agree with you and support your presentation. And now it's time for Mr. Raed Arafat, but I think that he had some kind of technical issues and cannot include it in the panel. That allows us to have around 5 to 10 minutes questions. First of all, I would like to encourage the participants in the WebEx if they have something to add, very short statement between Jean-Dominique Dubois and Yurdam Buzilov. If you have something to add according to the statements of other keynote speakers, and if someone from inside in the panel to give live questions.
It's all fine on my side.
Yes, Jean?
Much. Nothing to add at this stage.
Mm-hmm. Dirk,
no, not from my side either. So I can fully share the ideas that were presented by the other speakers as well.
I see a question. Do you think climate change can impact on military activities? And most important, how EU can manage with this and put in very fast mode? And the other question is, do you have in the ESDC program such courses or activities included, yes, in the ESCP?
Well, we have, of course, courses on climate change and the
question because our center participated.
Of course, your center is offering it, so you should answer that question, Orlin, actually. So we do these courses effectively together on climate change and the influence on security and defense. And yes, for the EU, it's quite clear that we are fully aware of the influence of climate change, as I've already explained in my keynote presentation. It's quite an important issue. What will the influence be on military equipment? Well, I will stick to the region that I have already mentioned. just the fact that you go into an area where it's extremely dry and extremely hot, if you want to remain operational, you will not go there in an armored vehicle that does not have, for instance, air conditioning. You will kill your people. It takes approximately 10 liters per person per day just to survive in that climate. So not only do we now need to install cooling systems in our vehicles because we are working more and more with computers, but finally we also need to put them in because we are working with human beings as well. And the obvious, the other side is just as much true, and this was mentioned by the NATO colleague. If you go to the Arctic Sea, the influence of climate change and the competition over resources and over land that is going on there between Russia, the United States, and the European countries that border on the Arctic is already clear. Everybody is putting his flag on the bottom of the Arctic Sea just to claim the resources that will become reachable in 10 or 15 years when the polar ice melts away even further than it's melting now. So yes, I hope I answered your question. Thank you.
I hope that who would ask this question has the answer. Meanwhile, we have another one question for you. One global warming map a few years ago highlighted Gulf region as the hottest spot impacted by climate. Why do you think this was not included? And China seems to be the first on top of the countries affected by the climate change. How do you think this will impact EU in terms of migration and or other conflicts, considering China's extremely large population?
Well, China is indeed an extremely large population, but you also have to look at the demographics of China. And I challenge you to have a guess on what the average age in China is today, and whether the average age in China is higher or lower than the average age in the European Union. Now, if you have reflected on that question, I'm pretty sure that 3/4 of you thinks that the Chinese population is younger than the European population. In fact, it is not. The current average age in China is approximately 4 years older than the average age in Europe. So even if China will be severely hit by climate change, especially in the regions more inland, it will be less prone to sending out its population because they don't have that much population to export. They will need their own population to keep their economy going, which is also the case for Western Europe and North America, by the way. On the question of who is the most hit, and absolutely I agree that the Gulf region is also very hard hit. And another country that is extremely hard, or will be extremely hard hit, is Bangladesh. In Bangladesh, for instance, 17% of the land surface of Bangladesh will probably be inundated by 2050. So 17% of its land will disappear. Almost half of the Bangladeshi population of 165 million people will be extremely affected by either drought, by sea level rising on the coast. So 0.5 meter is predicted for the Gulf of Bengal. Already today, there are areas where there used to be rice fields where you can no longer grow rice because of the salt water levels increasing in the fields. So who will ever be hit? Everybody will be hit. And that was one of the main things that I wanted to show with one of the maps, the first map that I showed with red and yellow colors. Everybody will be hit. The only thing is, in Western Europe, North America, probably we have the resources to mitigate quite a few of the consequences on our own territory. And this is what is socially unfair. The poorer countries, the countries like Bangladesh, like the African countries, like the Micronesian countries that you have the Polynesian countries that you have mentioned will be hard affected, but have not the resources to mitigate the consequences? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dubois. There are a lot of questions for Jean-Dominique. I choose two of them, just short answers maybe, but because it's interesting. Do you think that the climate change scenario should be included in the CMX exercises, or NATO should more appropriate incorporate it in their education and training program? Is the first one. Are there any OMLT and POMLT in Afghanistan in the area of disaster response and crisis? Jean?
Arlene, thank you very much. I got your first question. I didn't get your second one. But basically,
one is, are there any OMLT and POMLT in Afghanistan in the area of disaster response and crisis teams?
So for the first question, I think, should climate change be integrated in crisis management scenarios? I think that climate change should be, can be integrated in crisis management exercise scenarios. The question is how and on what specific, in what specific areas. And what we try to do is, because CMX tend to address, you know, foreseeable challenges, we do believe that as we refine our understanding of the potential security risks that may affect us, we will integrate elements of the consequences of climate change further in CMX scenarios. So yes, in some, yes, in principle, what to be discussed. I think that would be my assessment. Now, the second point is on Afghanistan. On your question with regard to MLT, I do not have the answer. I will look into it and basically come back to you if I can before the end of this panel. Over to you, Orlin.
Yes, thank you. Of course, we can answer to some of questions. We'll provide to you after the conference, and if you would like, can make it in written, and we will upload it on our website, your answers. Mr. Buzilov, one last question. We are already out of time, but it's so interesting to talk with you that I don't want to finish this session. The point you have raised on island nations' borders blurring, I would like to learn your view on Chinese artificial island positioning. This is my friend Beziret.
Unfortunately, the last question is not related to the climate change. It goes out of the scope of you know, our conference, but of course we see in many cases, not only in islands, change of territories due to the rising level of the oceans. But I just want to make a reference to the previous question. I do believe that for operational planners, it is very important to take into consideration the impact on climate changes, having in mind the duration of some of operations. So when we go in the territory at the beginning, at the end of the operation, the situation can be quite a different one. So we have to bear in mind that climate changes can significantly impact operations. This is one of the questions which you can discuss during your conference, of course.
Very much. I have some opinions, but obviously that our time is over and we should finish. Thank you to all our keynote speakers. One last question from the auditorium in the hall. Do you have something? I would like to give you on the live edition of this conference the opportunity, someone from the hall if you would like to give a last question. Obviously, everything is fine. No more questions, no more time. Thank you very much. And I wish all of you, Jean-Dominique, Dirk Dubois, Mr. Bouzilov, to come here again. And we prepared some presents for you. And I would like to take the opportunity in some of our next event to invite you again and to continue discussion. Of course, you can continue discussion in other session if you have time. You can follow our link on YouTube, and of course you can make your interaction. It's very valuable for us. You're invited to all our panels. Thank you very much. Now I would like just 2 minutes to keep you busy. Please stay with pictures on the screen, and I would like to invite all personnel, all people who are here in the hall to be in front of the screen and to make one family picture for memory, and please stay in front of the screen. Technical guys, please put on the screen all presenters. Okay.
Good morning or good afternoon for all participants in our annual conference here in the Center of Excellence in Sofia. I'm Colonel Plan Milanov, Chief of the Capabilities Branch of the Center. I'm very pleased to warmly welcome to the second panel of our conference, which is Climate Change as a Threat Multiplier. It is my strong conviction that the comprehensive approach towards the crisis management requires a clear understanding of and attention to the climate change. As a result of our human activity or inactivity, this global challenge presently sets multiple threats and danger to the stability and security. In such a context, they require innovative collective responses based on strong leadership and commitment. I do hope that our panel will advance the common understanding about the chosen topics, as well as gain different points of view and provoke some interesting questions. Now I would like to present our first guest speaker of the panel, Mr. Benjamin Wallace from Spin Global. Mr. Wallace has a master's degree in the field of disaster science and management, and his experience includes work in the United States legislature, public policy nonprofit, and emergency management consulting with the USA State and the Federal Emergency Management Agency, developing plans for Ebola, nuclear terrorism, hurricanes, COVID-19, power outages, and nuclear power plants. The topic of his presentation today is cascading impact of climate change on hazard and vulnerabilities. Without any further ado, I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Wallace, who woke up early in the morning to take part as a lecturer in our conference. And good morning, Ben. Thank you very much for your dedication and willingness to contribute to our event. And I'd like to give you the floor and the screen to present your lecture.
Thank you. Good morning. Just sharing my screen. Okay. Good morning and good afternoon from Washington, D.C. Thank you for this opportunity. It's an honor. My name is Ben Wallace, and I'm discussing how cascading impacts create additional layers of both vulnerabilities and hazards that are often ignored. I'll give some background so you understand the context of what I'm saying. I'll broadly describe the problem that I'm highlighting, and I'll outline some of the more important ways that climate change can have direct and indirect impacts. And then finally, I'll give a couple of scenarios to illustrate my point. Of course, this is a high-level view of this extremely complex subject, so I'm just providing some basic frameworks and a few key takeaways, and I hope this provides some useful information and is also a good foundation for the following presentations. So, I have a master's in science and disaster science and management. I've published some peer-reviewed research and a book chapter looking at assessment of climate change adaptation and planning. And I work as a consultant with my company Spin Global, including work on response plans for FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency in the US, and I also do some climate change research for them. My interest in climate change began in grad school. I wanted to tackle a big, difficult problem, and I ended up with a thesis on climate change that had 25 pages of references. So I believe that this is a defining issue for my generation, and I hope that you agree. So the problem I'm talking about today is that changing climates will have major impacts on both vulnerabilities and also on hazards, of course, the two factors in the risk equation. A key part of the problem is that information on future conditions is complex and limited. Predictions often focus on hazards, ignoring potential changes in vulnerabilities, and in some places, past frequencies and magnitudes will no longer be a reliable predictor of future risk. Something that used to be a flood that happened once every 100 years may happen every 50 or 70 years, depending, of course, on the location. So, as we understand, emergency managers must act, even though modeling has limited ability to predict, and a number of key variables are just estimates. And one of the key points that I'm trying to make today is that even these limited predictions often ignore the complexities of cascading impacts. As the UN's Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change recently pointed out, there are very few projections of compound extreme events, and interactions between multiple drivers are difficult to predict. So, cascading impacts add a layer of complexity that's often ignored, and hazards can lead to other hazards and to vulnerabilities. Another consideration, of course, as part of this problem is that human and environmental impacts can spread. With increasing resource constraints and globalism, remote hazards and vulnerabilities can cause impacts far away. An example in the US is in Puerto Rico. In 2017, they were hit by a hurricane, and that threatened supply chains of medical supplies in the entire US because that is one of the only places that produces some of those supplies. And of course, as you'll hear many times today, migration can also carry impacts to remote locations. So a quick example of a cascading impact or a complex disaster is, of course, Fukushima. They were prepared for tsunami and they were prepared for an earthquake. But the earthquake took down the wall that was there to protect them from tsunamis. And this caused these acute impacts, acute indirect impacts. And this demonstrates the need to consider a range of factors and possibilities when managing disasters. And of course, Syria is another example of more of a slow onset disaster. It experienced its worst drought in at least 900 years from 1998 to 2011, including massive crop failures from 2006 to 2011. And scientists say that this was 2 to 3 times more likely because of climate change. So people flooded into and stressed cities when their rural livelihoods collapsed. And of course, this change in Syria's climate and the regional climate contributed to the war. And both of those led to the refugee crisis that then caused instability in Europe, a rise in populist governments, and played a role even in Brexit, most likely. So some of these indirect impacts are more obvious in hindsight, and it's important to note that predicting some of these cascading impacts would have been beneficial, and perhaps we have that opportunity now. This is also related to some feedback loops that are part of this systemic and more holistic perspective. For example, climate change melts permafrost, which releases greenhouse gases, which then warms the climate more. Or ice melts and reflects less light back into space, heat increases and more ice melts. So that's what I'm advocating for in my problem statement, a more holistic perspective to include these complex factors. So let's talk about some of the vulnerabilities that are relevant to this. I'm intentionally addressing vulnerability first because I think it's the root of disasters. A hurricane in the middle of the ocean is a hazard, it's not a disaster. The World Bank reports, says that 800 million people will live in dangerous climate hotspots by 2050, so in 30 years. And that in some locations, GDP will drop by over 10%. So a first key aspect, first key vulnerability is poverty. This same report also acknowledged that cascading impacts will be more harmful than immediate impacts. Another vulnerability is ineffective mitigation. Physical measures that aren't effective for the new conditions, the future conditions that we can expect, or policy that hasn't adapted, just like in some cases, people prepared for wildfires by clearing out fuel. This actually they suppressed wildfires, and this actually allowed fuel to build up and made them worse in the future. And a final vulnerability aspect is inadequate infrastructure, possibly because it's aging. For example, the average US dam or levee is over 50 years old. And of course, another possibility is that it just wasn't designed for the future conditions. It's designed for that storm that comes once in 100 years, but now it's happening more frequently. Transportation infrastructure can also be impacted by climate change. It's another vulnerability. Flooding damage from scour, erosion, and wave action can impact transportation. energy infrastructure, including increasing risk to petroleum, natural gas, and electric infrastructures in coastal areas and riverine areas near water are vulnerable to flooding. And of course, structures in low-lying and poorly drained areas. Notably, there are some other factors influencing future vulnerabilities: environmental damage, technological changes, aging populations, migration to vulnerable coastal areas, and increasing inequality. So those are some of the vulnerabilities I see as relevant to this conversation. And now I'd like to talk about some hazards and some of the actual cascading impacts. A first example, and maybe more obvious, is heat waves. The increasing length of the heat wave season demonstrates this. It's an average of 47 days longer than in the 1960s. And of course, that's only going to increase. These heat waves can cause power outages, which I'll explain a little bit more soon, and that of course causes heat deaths. A drought is a major and possibly the main hazard. Actually, it causes agricultural loss, it causes economic damage, and of course these increase vulnerability and social instability. They can also be exacerbated by heat waves, and they can exacerbate heat waves due to an inability to cool the ground through evaporation. They can also cause more wildfires, which also cause economic damage and can cause flooding and landslides because of the loss of vegetation. Heavy precipitation is a third major hazard, which causes coastal and, of course, inland flooding. This also has the potential to cause agricultural loss and economic damage, which again leads to increased vulnerability, a very common theme that I think you'll be hearing throughout the conference. And finally, sea level rise, a major hazard that will cause chronic and acute displacement, creating many migrant populations and increasing vulnerability for large portions of some countries. Of course, this brings increased storm surge. So in areas that experience typhoons or hurricanes, they can expect that. As an example, assuming 6 feet of sea level rise, about 2 meters, almost 300 US cities will lose 50% or more of their homes by 2100. So in a country like the US, it may have a little bit more resilience. But if you compare this and translate it into a context like Bangladesh with lower average altitude and a dense population, you can start to understand some of the potential risks. So let me briefly discuss a hypothetical, and I hope this illustrates the kind of situation that I'm getting at today. So you have a situation where a heat wave causes and exacerbates a drought, which also exacerbates the heat wave, as I said before. Heat deaths and agricultural loss increase personal, institutional, and government vulnerability. As well, when the rivers dry up, you lose hydroelectric power. Power plants have less thermal efficiency, so this stress on the electrical system is also combined with an increased need for air conditioning during a heat wave, which can cause a power outage. All of these increased vulnerabilities to wildfire, which then increases the likelihood, as I said, of flooding and landslides. So people can migrate away from these hazardous and economically undesirable conditions en masse. The economic damage, loss of people, and things like disaster management expenditures and decreasing tax base can further increase vulnerability in that area. So, in conclusion, I believe we need to improve our understanding of systemic risks. We need to track connections between disasters, between hazards, and between vulnerabilities. We have limited modeling. We have uncertainty. We have a focus on hazards more than vulnerability, and we often ignore indirect impacts in our predictions of the future. So we need to make complex decisions despite uncertainty. Science and policy communities need to strengthen multidisciplinary work, and we need to use frameworks to assess and make decisions and monitor policy and programs. Multi-criteria decision analysis can be useful to help find the most effective use of limited funding, and efforts focused on using frameworks for understanding impacts in a local jurisdiction is important. Finally, a common theme in FEMA these days is a whole community involvement. Addressing these complex issues is interdisciplinary by nature, so there's a need for information and perspectives from a variety of stakeholders to understand these potential indirect impacts. So we need to target vulnerability and increase resilience to prepare for a range of hazards. So in conclusion, climate change will bring complex, cascading impacts on hazards and vulnerabilities that change risk and have far-reaching consequences. These cascading impacts will impact social and political stability and security. Clearly not the first or last person to say this today and to highlight this connection. So the time to act is now, slowing climate change and addressing these vulnerabilities in order to lower risk. So thank you for your time and for your attention. Special thanks to Colonel Milanov and the staff at the Crisis Management and Disaster Response Center of Excellence, and to Joel Thomas, the CEO of my company, Spin Global, for making this connection. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ben, again, for joining us and for your effort, and also for sharing your thoughts concerning the challenging impact, also the complex intersection of hazards and vulnerabilities related to climate change. I'd like to ask you to stay with us until the end of the panel session in case of Q&As at the very end. Before we move further, I'd like to ask the audience here in the center, also these online, just to pose your questions using both the YouTube platform and CMDR COE one. And you can just push the button, ask your question, ask your lecturer. And of course, the password for this particular panel is 4x2. So please be proactive. And now I'd like to present you the second guest speaker of this panel, Mr. Amar Chivushevich. Mr. Chivushevich holds a master's and arts in international economics and energy, resources, and environmental from the Paul Nitze School of Advanced International Studies at Johns Hopkins University. Furthermore, he holds a Master's of Arts in International Relations, as well as a Gratitude Certificate in Project Management, both from Boston University. He completed his undergraduate education at Webster University, obtaining a Bachelor of Arts in Management. Presently, he works at the Stockholm Environmental Institute, where conducting cost and benefit analysis of financial resources and leading preparation of relevant research and project outputs. Well, welcoming him at our panel, I'd like to pose him a question now. And the question is NATO ideally placed to manage climate change as a non-traditional threat multiplier? Okay, Amar, I'm looking forward for your answer now. Over to you.
Thank you for your kind introduction, and thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to again be here, and I don't know, let's see. So I do see my presentation, right? Everything functions well. So let's see, is NATO ideally placed to manage climate change? So I've asked myself this question now 6 years ago, and I'm still asking it because part of my research besides climate finance and climate policy that I do is the climate security. And of course, NATO being the biggest military alliance in the world is of my interest. And if you ask me why a military bloc or any military in the world, but why NATO is the focus and what's the connection between a pact that has nuclear weapons, aircraft carriers, satellites, tanks, and 100,000 soldiers, what does that relate to climate? And it means a lot, because if we just simply think about any big natural disasters or catastrophes, whether floods or droughts, or whether any issues such as like a heavy snowfall, when one society is impacted by this, usually the country's civil authorities or police and firefighters and civil defense and all the other authorities, when they cannot cope with these threats, they usually invite militaries to help them. So as unfortunately, climate change is becoming more complex and more destructive, and I think in the future, military alliances such as NATO would be invited by their countries to operate more and more and help to manage climate threats. And let's take a couple of examples just to see how climate change influences the security. This is something recent from December 2019, January 2020. And we are talking about Indian Ocean dipole, or it's some kind of El Nino system in the Indian Ocean. And long story short, it's the surface temperature of the sea in Indian Ocean influences the climate from East Africa to Australia and, of course, South Asia and the Middle East. And what happened in the December 2019 and January 2020, the temperatures in the eastern part of the Indian Ocean were cooler. In the western, they were warmer. And they were warmer, cooler, heavily than the average. So in Australia region, you had droughts. In East Africa, you had floods. And usually this dipole system, yes, they can be cooler and warmer. It constantly balances itself out. But now the problem was it was like going way above the average. And as a result, you had fires in Australia and floods and locust swarms in East Africa, because it was so wet that the insects, locust, they benefited in multiplying in numbers, because this climate was perfect for them to multiply. And as I show on the picture here, besides the fire and the population under the floods, in the far right of the picture, you see militaries. In the left side, you see Kenyan military, which helped local civil authorities to spray the insecticide to kill the locust. And on the right, you see Australian Air Force throwing carrots and sweet potatoes for kangaroos and wallabies and all the other animals to eat, because the fires burn all the food for them. So military was, in both cases, heavily engaged to do non-traditional military work. To help the population and their countries. If you see counting the cost in Australia, like almost $5 billion of cost, millions of hectares of land destroyed, 2 towns completely burned down, 30 people dead, and estimate of 1 billion animals dead. In East Africa, 3.4 million people directly affected by the floods. And it brought indirectly another, I would say, it contributed to the food insecurity in this region, which already, as we know, suffers from food insecurity traditionally, for example, in Somalia or Djibouti. Another issue in 2010, if we remember, and you can see it here, Russia, especially Russia, but also a couple of other countries such as Canada and Argentina, which all produce a lot of wheat, staple crops, so wheat and soy. They had droughts, heavy droughts, that all of the countries had to stop exports. And as a result, that increased food indexes price by 32%. As we know, Middle East is one of the biggest food importers in the world. It accounts for almost a third of world wheat imports. This 3 big countries and their disturbances in their market caused an issue. As a result, prices of bread and all the food imports, excuse me, they increased. And one of the reasons for Arab Spring was, they say, climate change, because of course there were their political and social issues, but the food resulted as I would say, as a stimuli or as a spark to create a problem somewhere else. So if you think like Canada, Russia, Argentina, problem with staple food or staple crops production, causes the price of increase, and then you have places such as Middle East, which this like food price increase causes it inspires or it stimulates, it patches up on other existing problems. And then you have something like Arab Spring. So you see it's the connection, the multiplier connection. And what to say about climate change? That's the threat that doesn't discriminate between borders. It's a multiplier effect across global ecosystem. It's non-traditional. So as we see, you know, in East Africa, you can have floods, a lot of water. In Australia, on the other side, at the same time, it's very dry. It's fires. You know, in Australia, it's a huge issue. In East Africa, in Somalia or other parts, like terrorist groups benefited from this because governments got weaker. So it's very unpredictable. Climate change or these environmental threats, they observe differently. They affect us equally. Classes, nation, political ideologies, they don't discriminate. They just go and they affect simultaneously and unpredictably different countries and different societies, but I think in the end in a very same way. And climate change, if climate change continues to exacerbate in the future, I think these threats will just increase in the magnitude and their impacts. If we want to see about NATO and climate change and everything, we can say that NATO in late 1960s, they started working on the issues such as like they had the committee on the challenges of modern society, and they talked about environmental pollution, especially in the aspect of nuclear Armageddon and how can that influence the environment. But soon over time, in early 2000, they created the Science for Peace and Security program, which started opening the topic. Later on, NATO, even in some of their marine operations, they started working on the issue how they can protect marine mammals with their fleets and so on and so forth. But it wasn't until 2010 when I would say Alliance established an Emerging Security Challenges Division, which, among other things, deal with the non-traditional multiplier risks such as climate change. And then later on in Chicago Summit in 2012, they talked about especially emissions, because improving energy efficiency of their military forces, because we know militaries are big consumers of oil, and that contributes to emissions, but also being more energy efficient or using less oil will not just cut NATO's emission and save the environment, but will also help NATO to not be dependent on oil sources from troubled regions. And in 2014, we have the Green Defense Framework, which literally show the NATO's desire to reduce the environmental footprint and invest in green technologies. But I'm going to jump on this and now focus on something interesting. There's a report called NATO 2030 Unified for New Era. I think that, correct me if I'm wrong, Secretary General commissioned this report, and they had, I put here on this slide, you can read a couple of main conclusions from this report or recommendations. But I find really interesting is the first, third, and fifth bullet point. And I think in the future, if NATO wants to do more when it comes to climate change, I think the climate change needs to be incorporated more into strategic documents, in strategic concepts. It shouldn't be just understood as a threat multiplier. It is, don't get me wrong, but climate change should be viewed as such. It should be viewed independently. It should have more visibility in NATO. Also, the point number 3 is as it gets more visibility, if NATO starts including climate change in planning and resilience and in crisis management with like higher visibility and gives more focus and attention to it, it's better. So it will be better prepared to address it. And of course, as such as you have a excellent center on disaster risk, I think within your excellent center, maybe to form a new center which would primarily focus on climate and security to improve climate change. So I think climate change now, from being one of many threats within, let's say, emerging threats, I think its magnitude and importance will just, if NATO wants to be ready and better responsive, it will need to get higher visibility and higher profile within the alliance. And in this last slide, I just want to show you, because right now, I know it maybe sounds too surreal to many of you because you're military people, and since we have the dawns of the modern civilizations in the last 10,000 years, you know, military is a lot of guys that are very well armed, and they are designed and trained to fight other people, whether those are other militaries or terrorists or even aliens. But you know, if you say to military, let's now, you know, let's use your aircraft carriers 80 or 90% of the times to transport sand to protect beaches somewhere else, or to transform your chopper fleet, instead of, you know, firing rockets, to throw carrots and potatoes to animals in the forests which were completely burned down. I think most of the militaries or military personnel will be traditionally shocked, because for now, thousands of years, military has a different purpose, it has a different culture. But in this slide that I'm finishing here, you can see from upper left corner, the black and white picture, that's when NATO was formed in, and this is the picture from, I think, 60s, shows that NATO's original purpose was to counter Soviet Union, to have a lot of weapons and to show military might. But then the picture on the right, you see a lot of military people sitting and working on computers. There's a change. NATO, for example, in Estonia, here it's a picture from Estonia, and they were used to develop cyber capabilities. So NATO, instead of fighting traditional weapons, it entered fighting enemies using keyboard and mouses and monitors. So it's a new sphere. In the lower right corner, you see in my home country of Bosnia in 1990s, NATO was used to do peacekeeping, something which UN does or NATO was not intended to do. On the lower left corner in Afghanistan, also, yes, they did a military operation there, but they had a lot of PMTs or provincial PRTs, provincial reconstruction teams. So NATO first operated outside Europe, outside North Atlantic, where it was not. It was initially designed to operate. It operated in Central Asia, and it operated not just with military, but they were using NATO knowledge to help build schools, build water supply systems, build whatever needed and whatever expertise they had. And the picture in the middle shows us that now in pandemics, NATO was delivering military equipment to its allies, NATO member countries, but also other allies across the world. And also NATO used some of its capabilities and knowledge to design respirators. I saw in the case of Italy, NATO engineers helped when Italy was heavily struck by pandemics to help design respirators and the masks for doctors because there was a shortage of it. So you see in the slide that NATO traditionally changed and evolved. So I think when it comes to climate, that we need to evolve as well. And I'm stopping here. I know we are short on time. Thank you for your attention. I know it was a little bit fast, a little bit hectic, but I stand at your disposal. And I hope that I was able to at least open this topic up as much as it was possible in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Amar, for your interesting presentation and for the insights about how climate change-induced threat affect the social, economic, and political security of the states, and what that means for NATO as well. Thank you very much, and thank you for also your great support. And please stay until the end of panel session, just for any potential questions and answers. And now I'm pleased to welcome here in our studio Dr. Radostina Primova, and who is actually very strong contributor to our center. Last week, she participated in one of our events here in the center, in one of our courses here as a presenter. So welcome one more time in the center. And thank you very much, yes, that for your support to the center as well. Dr. Primova is a senior analyst at the Center for the Study of Democracy in Sofia, where she focuses on energy transition, energy security, and international climate policies, as well as the external dimensions of EU trade and mobility policies. She has taken part in the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change negotiations as an observer since 2015, and has monitored the role of EU climate diplomacy. And the topic of her presentation today is the security implications of European Union decarbonization policy. So, Radostina, I'm pleased to again to welcome here in our studio. So the floor is yours, not the screen, the floor is yours now.
Many thanks, and first I would like to thank very much the whole center for this opportunity to share my reflections on this interdisciplinary and very encompassing topic. And I would like to say hello both to the live and the virtual audience that unfortunately I cannot see, and I feel very privileged to be sitting live here today compared to the other participants who join us online after such a long time of Zoom events. Today, this has been a topic that I have been followed since the time I was working in Brussels and following closely the European climate and energy policies. And in particularly, I was part of a network, and still I am, which is the Brussels Dialogue on Climate Diplomacy, where we try to look at the climate security nexus from different perspectives, from a very cross-cutting and interdisciplinary angle, and we have experts from different areas, from the development, military, climate area, environmental area. So I'm very happy once again to be able to share my thoughts today. Basically I'm going to talk about how the global and EU decarbonization policies are reshifting the geopolitics nowadays, and also are leading to the redefining of security threats right now. And of course, this is a very huge and vast topic, so I will not be able to go to all dimensions, but I would like to highlight in particular a couple of issues that I deem quite important in the current context. So the global energy transformation is underway, and we already know with the Paris Agreement, which is the first legally binding agreement, that we adopted the long-term objective of keeping the global temperature below 2 degrees, or even striving to achieve 1.5 degrees, as the latest IPCC reports showed us that basically there is a huge difference between 2 degrees and 1.5 degrees in terms of impact on communities, impact on the most vulnerable people on the planet, and for some countries, and particularly island countries, it's a matter of survival. We already reached, there was an agreement for reaching carbon neutrality in the second half of the century, and already a 5-year global stock taking with increased ambition over 5 years, depending on technology costs and already progress in certain countries. So this current global energy transformation is already reshifting energy geopolitical dependencies. So in the future, as more of the energy sources will be produced domestically, this will lead to less imports and less dependence on current producer countries. So the relations between producer, transit, and consumer countries will shift dramatically. We will also have a new role in the energy arena of states that will become like a prosumer countries. They will produce and consume their own energy, as we know today. As a result, the power of current energy oligopolies will be weakened or fade away in the future, with the increasing decentralization and democratization of energy systems, and also we nowadays have even the emergence of prosumers, energy citizens, renewable communities, and electricity grids becoming more decentralized and more depending on the increasing digitalization. However, with this, we also have new type of challenges emerging, which basically I will talk today. And the first one is related, and particularly there are new challenges for NATO, because this kind of critical infrastructure and power grid will become basically key areas of vulnerability, and this will lead to burden sharing in the alliance. This will also lead to reshift of the places, basically areas of protection, let's say from sea vessels to, in particular to electricity grid. Cyber attacks will increase. We have seen them since the beginning of the COVID pandemic, especially in Eastern Europe. We have a 400% of increase of cyber attacks there. So this will be the area of critical infrastructure where basically we need to defend more in the future, and also all the interrelated consequences with this, like data protection and so on. So can I have the next slide, please? Another important effect would be basically the rescaling of the global value chain, and also the international division of labor in the global trade system. So a key factor for success and for prosperity in the future will be access to high value technologies. So we see here that this is happening in an uneven way across the globe. We see still a lot of countries in the developing world, especially in the global south, that currently don't have access to these technologies, or basically they don't have the patents for this. So there is a risk that vast amounts of the populations will not have currently do not have access and will be cut off of this global energy transition taking place. So there is this kind of global imbalance between the global north and the global south that needs to be addressed. We already see, we have a data that 90% of the renewable energy investments happen in the global north, and that the patents for technologies related to storage, offshore wind energy, and their material and some of their composite materials are held almost exclusively by OECD countries and China. And this will have a major implications also on prices and also climate justice in the future. So in order for these discrepancies to be removed, technology transfer to developing countries will be key in the future. Another major consequence is basically the increasing competition that we already see now for access to rare earth materials and raw materials, which are critical for the production of the current wind reactors, batteries, storage facilities. They will become critical, and these kind of materials are concentrated in the power of only a couple countries that are producing and refining them. This will have on its case impacts on local ecosystems, on human rights, and could lead to land grabs. Can I have the next slide, please? Currently, last month, the International Energy Agency came up with its Global Energy Review report. And the interesting thing about it's called Net Zero by 2050. It is already showing how we can reach the net zero transition by 2050 and what would be the implications. Some of the key takeaway was we're going to observe massive electrification. We need massive electrifications of all our sectors, of the power, industry, mobility sectors. And already an interesting fact was that the demand also for critical metals will increase, like lithium, cobalt, and copper. And also the materials that will be used for these technologies. This could lead to several vulnerabilities. We already see the global value of coal and selected critical materials per year from 2020 till 2050. And one interesting thing about this is that the global value of these critical materials, or the market for it, will almost approach the current value that we have for coal in 2020. And so this will have serious implications. What are these price volatility? Some of these critical materials are in areas where they're at risk of political instability, corruption risks. Also, they have their environmental problems, and also they could be subject to particular restrictions. And there, in many countries, there are also competition for scarce resources, and something that needs to be addressed. Next slide, please. In 2017, the World Bank came up currently with a matrix of energy technologies and metals that are quite essential for achieving this kind of long-term decarbonization targets. And in particular, we can see, apart from rare earth, also cobalt, copper, lithium, nickel, manganese, and steel that could be used in any essential technology, from wind, PV to concentrated solar power, electric motors, energy storage, electric vehicles. Currently, so these kind of elements will be essential. Another thing I wanted to mention is also the impact on prices, that currently prices on cobalt tripled and the ones on lithium doubled a lot. So this is also something to be considered. Next slide, please. So these are the global productions. It already shows, basically, I wanted to go metal by metal, the reserves of the three key metal in the low carbon technologies. So which are the production countries, which are the countries with the terrestrial reserves, and which are the countries where it is already produced. There was a report by the United Nations on Environment showing that low carbon technologies would need over 600 million tons more metal up to 2050 for the 2 degrees scenario compared to the 6 degrees scenario. When we already look at the cobalt, we see that the top 4 countries with the global terrestrial reserves are Congo, Australia, Cuba, and Philippines, and the countries which are producing it, except for Congo, Russia, Australia, and Canada. Countries already, the price of, I already mentioned about the price of other reserves of cobalt are already met in deep seas, in the floor beds of the deep seas, largely outside territorial waters. And extraction of these metals could lead to a lot of environmental implications within the sea. So this has to be considered very carefully. Can I have the next slide, please? So this is the lithium production. The lithium production is used in everything, basically from smartphones to electric vehicles. And it is basically it's a major component in the battery for car makers, including Tesla, BMW, Ford, and Nissan. As already the map shows, is Australia and Chile are the key suppliers, and already the reserves are in Chile, China, Argentina. However, we already know that this kind of lithium triangle with Chile, Argentina, and Bolivia, where at least half of the world reserves are concentrated, that currently they have a lot of issues related to water availability, because these are quite arid countries. And in order to extract these, you need huge amounts also of water. And in some countries, like Peru and Bolivia, this already leads to impacts on local communities. They do not have already the gains for this extraction. So this is an additional issues to be considered. Already something I forgot to mention in terms of cobalt, and is that a serious concern there is also related to the fact that how cobalt is extracted or produced, that there are documented cases of child labor that are used for cobalt. So this is an additional factor. Also, countries like the European Union that are the organizations like European Union and other countries that are going to import these metals need to address very carefully these human rights and social implications also in these trade agreements. And here we have asymmetric legislation, because the European Union has very strict environmental standards, but when it comes to importing other resources from third countries, basically it already needs to include this kind of safeguards in order to make sure that the extraction of these resources is not subject to these conflicts. Next slide, please. And finally, rare earth production, which is already at high supply risk, is already China, Brazil, Vietnam, and Russia are the areas where we have the highest reserves, and also the top producers are US, Australia, Brazil, and Canada. So here we talk sometimes about a Chinese monopoly over this market and also the implications it could have already on global trade relations there. Also in terms of cobalt, basically it already China dominates the refining process of cobalt material, and it is producing 80% of the cobalt salts that are needed for battery. And even in the Democratic Republic of Congo, 7 out of the 10 largest producers are Chinese-owned companies. However, what is interesting is that there was an additional analysis that showed that we could also recycle these materials. And for example, recycling could meet 9% of the global lithium demand by 2025. So I will come later to the solutions and basically what we could do in order to at least reduce this vulnerability. Next slide, please. So there was a European feasibility study that was carried out, and it already assessed the flows of raw materials and how high is the risk of the certain materials. We already see in terms of rare earth materials, the risk is very high that are used for, particularly in the renewable energy sector, for wind power plants, but also for storage and for different batteries. And already also the different metals, it's basically they rank from very high to very low. And for what they're used. So it already shows you, in particular in the sectors of renewables, e-mobility, and defense and space, and also the different products that are produced from it. And this is based on selected 25 raw materials. So most of the materials that the EU uses are at a very high to high risk. So the EU will be dependent very much on importing it from third countries and competing with other global powers. Can I have the next slide?
Excuse me, Dr. But since you are running out of time, just yes,
so the key recommendations, I'll try to be very brief, is that the EU needs to develop domestic manufacturing opportunities and also an internal market for secondary raw materials in order to address the lack of such materials in all different sectors. Next slide. And already invest in research and development as well, in order to secure the supply of these resources. Next slide. And finally, something which basically another point, and this is a point of further reflection, due to the lack of time I cannot elaborate on this, is in many of the IPC scenario foresee already the use of negative emissions technology for reaching the 1.5 degree goals, and for example, geoengineering solutions like bioenergy with carbon capture and storage, and other technologies like ocean fertilization. This could have serious implications for food security, for biodiversity, and needs to be properly regulated. It also raises a question of ownership, like who will own this type of technologies and how we regulate the different risks, because manipulating weather patterns and manipulating ecosystems could also have military and planetary applications. And for this, basically, we need to develop more time of nature-based solutions for carbon sequestration, including afforestation, greening public spaces in order to end land management practices. So many things for.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I see that probably we can invite you next time for for another event like this, just to share your experience and your knowledge. Thank you very much once again for being here personally and sharing some aspects regarding the geopolitical and security issues and in response to crisis, to climate change challenges. Okay, thank you very much. And now I'd like to present you the last speaker, the guest speaker of this panel, Dr. Cyprian Kozera. He is a dynamic lecturer at the War Study University in Warsaw, a researcher at the African Research Institute at the University of Budapest. And he is also a member of the Polish Association of the United Nations Peacekeeping Veterans. And interesting from his CV that he can communicate even in Swahili language-based problem, his, let's say, visions abroad, and so he can have these communication skills. In his lecture, he's going to present an example how a single phenomena can shape and impact our life. Okay, Cyprian, I think you're here with us, and I'd like to give the floor to you.
Well, Habari, Sofia. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Sofia. I know that we are way behind the schedule, so I will try not to prolong it more than I need to realize the presentation. I hope it will be complementing to the others' presentations, and you will learn something new as well. So not losing any more time, just getting to the topic, climate change and violence, climate change and conflict. And let's get back to the 1990s when this topic was raised by Robert Kaplan, who was imploring about the environment as the national security issue of our century. But many people claim that's too pessimistic, too deterministic. But as we have been already discussing, it happens. So it seems, you know, all the surging population, disease, deforestation, erosion, water depletion, air pollution, it all happens, and it will prompt mass migrations and inside to group conflicts. Let's get back in a few centuries ago, because we are living on an isolated planet, isolated land, and there were people on Rapa Nui Island, the eastern island, who also live on isolated land somewhere in the Pacific. When they were rediscovered by the European travelers in 1722, they were in full civilizational decline. Why? Well, there were many factors contributing to that. But first of all, deforestations. They cut all the trees on the island to erect these 900 statues of their forefathers, very famous one that you have seen in the previous picture. Deforestation is what we do now in the rainforest, specifically. Erosion of soil. Agriculture couldn't sustain the overpopulation of the island. They were planting more and more, but the soil couldn't keep pace with overpopulation. This is precisely what we are doing now, and overpopulation is an obvious phenomenon on our planet. There were also interesting weather patterns like El Nino Southern Oscillation that can cause harsher weather. So it was not the climate change, perhaps, but the weather patterns, changing weather patterns. Well, what we face, comparing to the Rapa Nui, we are facing climate change. So something much more global, and something that is not an event that happens every 4 or 5 years, but something that is totally changing, drastically changing the long-term weather. Then, out of this, the plague of Polynesian rat, conflict over scarce resources that occurred on the island, and at the end, this population of Rapa Nui self-imposed itself an extinction of 80–90% of them, and those who survived hunted the rats. Perhaps we should ask ourselves a question: are we not doing the same? Well, the weather caused violence, has been causing violence, some people claim. The state dissolution might have been associated with major changes in other, major changes in weather patterns and climate variability in many of the different cases, from the ancient times to the modern period. And specifically, it is believed that Little Ice Age of the 17th century was associated with more cases of political upheaval and warfare than in other periods in Europe, in the Ottoman Empire, but also in China. So it seems that throughout history we have experiences that climate variability, climate change can exacerbate major political changes. Well, it all happens, and now we are plus 1.2 comparing to the pre-industrial level. So we just cannot, cannot deny it, and it cannot move back. All we can do is to stop it. As you can see, the data is obvious. And the issue is with our coping range, because if you look at the screen, that's the climate that we are having now, and our, let's say, societal coping range. So we can cope with weather anomalies within this range, but if the climate changes, the occurrence of this extreme weather gets more, let's say, frequent and harsher, then our societal coping range just wouldn't cope. We wouldn't cope with this extreme weather patterns that will go far beyond our coping range. So this is the issue, and above +2 degrees that we are heading to this level, there will be no winners, because some people claim that up to +2 we can there'll be winners and losers mostly in Bangladesh, Sub-Saharan Africa, Eastern Africa, and winners perhaps in Europe and in Russia. But +2, there definitely be only losers, and +4, +5, we are going to face the global Rapa Nui scenario, which we should avoid at all costs. This map shows how it can happen, what can happen to Western piece of Western Europe, Britain, and the Netherlands. If we go with unchecked pollution by 2070, most of the Dutch country will be under the water, and quite a big chunk of the Britain itself too. But more interestingly, if we go to Eastern Asia, the already discussed Bangladesh, in India, these countries, Bangkok, the Philippines, they will face the floodings and the sea level rise by 2050, even 2030. They will be underwater. I will not develop on the methodological challenges in discussing and researching of climate change. I would just like to point us to one important issue, that is temporal and spatial dimensions. Sometimes we can look at the data, because we love to analyze the data, from the perspective of tables, and we look at the country, let's say Darfur. Well, not big change in Darfur overall rainfall, but we have to consider the spatial dimension, because they may have been not changed in a country that big, but in sub-regions there may be huge changes. So there may be decrease in Darfur in the rainfall, and increase in other parts, which globally speaking about the country gives that overall the rainfall has not really changed. So these spatial dimensions and temporal dimensions we have to take into account with a very specific attention, especially temporal when it comes to the long-term effects, and droughts, they have long-term effects, and floodings, which are mostly associated with short-term direct effects. Some people claim Darfur was the first climate war. Definitely, there was a lot of soil erosion. The rainfall decreased by 1/3 in this region. The desert is moving constantly south. There is increase of livestock, the accumulation, the droughts. But if we call it the first climate war, we cannot forget that it was mostly due to the exploitation by elites rather than directly climate-induced violence. And this genocidal scope and gravity of the conflict was a result of the government's policy, that the conflict, the climate-related phenomenon just were drivers of the conflict. They exacerbated. So this shows, the kind of contiguous chain of climate change and violence in specifically East Africa, which we already discussed as one of the regions that will be specifically targeted by the outcomes of climate change. So we have worsening of livelihoods conditions, which causes increasing migration. Then we have changing of pastoral mobility patterns, and it also goes. It's a kind of continuous and contiguous relations. It's we also taken into account the tactical considerations of some groups that I will speak about in conclusions, and of course we cannot forget about exploitation by elites or armed groups or the governments. So getting to the conclusions, violence in relation with climate change is an outcome of, most often, outcome of decreasing opportunity cost. What does it mean? It means that when you have nothing to lose, violence may be a rational choice. When you are starving, when your cattle is dead, and you have no crops, nothing grows in sun-dried land, well, then perhaps robbing a village next to you is kind of rational because you need to survive. So the decreasing opportunity cost brings people to the violence, and environmental factors, they play a huge role in this decreasing this opportunity cost. So unfavorable weather conditions increase the risk of conflict and exacerbate its consequences, specifically displacement, migration, changing pastoral patterns, etc. Interestingly, rapid onset disasters like floodings, they are more prone to cause conflict because people have less time to adapt to the outcomes. And when I was talking about tactical considerations, I meant that sometimes, especially when there is a wet season and there are a lot of rain, some groups can try to take profit from that because high grass and rain provide some kind of cover for the trucks and for them, and livestock raiding related violence is often specific to the wet season. So the more wet season, perhaps there may be more livestock raiding. The violence occurs more often between the different ethnic groups and in places with history of conflict. It's associated with some kind of irrational explanations that people search for, like extreme weather. Sometimes they blame on the witches, and it is in extreme weather periods there is increased witch killing in Tanzania observed. And to conclude, so climate change and climate variability is sort of a driver of tensions or low intensity conflicts, small scale violence. Is a non-deterministic driver, not a trigger. It's not absolutely not deterministic. It's not an absolute concept, not deterministic, but it impacts the vulnerable people. It exacerbates the violence by decreasing people's livelihood conditions. But we must not forget that human behavior cannot be solely explained by the climate, with overlooking political and cultural factors of violence, because the elites very often exploit this vulnerable people and their bad conditions for their own goals. And here I should conclude. Any comments, I'll be very happy to receive them through email and discuss with Father if possible. So thank you very much for your attention.
Of course, for being with us and for your informative presentation that gives us some knowledge about how a long-term exploitation of natural environment and change in weather patterns can influence to an isolated island. And now, without any further ado, I'm going to just jump to the questions and start with the lady here in our conference in the studio. And your question to you, Rosina, is what does the Paris Agreement means for the US domestic energy policy? This is the first question. And secondly, are there climate strategies in particular for each EU member country, or it is just a general one?
Okay, thank you very much. I'll try to combine both questions so that
please.
Sir. Starting with the first one, the EU has already, during the whole climate negotiations, has always played a leadership role and try to always set to lead by example. And so in terms of EU domestic energy policy, what does it mean? That the EU needs to factor in the international agreement and have more ambitious commitments as such a leader. And currently, I can already refer to the clean energy package that was adopted in 2018, and it sets the framework, the energy and climate framework for 2030, with particular targets for increasing renewable energies, the percentage of renewable energies, energy efficiency, and also reducing greenhouse gas emissions. I'll just give an example. So initially, when the package was adopted, the initial target for reducing emission was 45%, but then there was a growing concern that this is not enough in order for the EU to fulfill its commitment. And in recent negotiations, the target was increased to 55%, which has, well, very serious implications. The other very important tool is basically this is the EU sets the general framework, and then each countries have individual, it's called National Energy and Climate Action Plans, which set the course of action and include very specific measures in different sectors. So there you have individual energy efficiency, renewable energy targets, emission reduction targets, and particular projects that will lead to those targets. In addition, we have now seen that after the COVID crisis, the European Union adopted the largest green stimulus package in its history. So it was the multi-annual financial framework and also the next generation EU, where the two key pillars were green transformation and digitalization. We have the so-called recovery fund, in which many of the allocation of the fund is already very much related to climate policies. We have the so-called Just Transition Fund. This is a fund which aims to help coal-dependent regions by providing financial and also technical support in their energy transition, including countries like Bulgaria, which are dependent on coal, and already helping these countries also diversify economically these regions, also provide also helping the coal mine workers already find other jobs. And we already have the so-called the different green recovery fund, and each country has to adopt so-called National Recovery and Resilience Fund, where basically the funding is also very much tied to the climate targets. There is also an overall climate conditionality target to the next EU budget, which means that in devising basically the access to funding will depend much more and more on the fulfillment of climate targets, on energy transition targets, and this type of sustainability projects will be key for it.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Primo. Very comprehensive answer to the question. And the second one goes to Mr. Benjamin Wallace. And Ben, please, if you're still there, please answer to this question. What's your opinion on USA policy of building resilience? Is there such a unified and unique policy for this? I think it is in relation with the thematic of our conference, mostly the climate change. Ben, over to you.
Yes, thank you. I think that the US is starting to develop a resilience-centered approach. As part of FEMA, for example, they focus on a whole community. They look for more vulnerable members, people with disabilities and elderly, and that's part of the approach to resilience. So I think that's part of it. There are other aspects, of course. The US military is looking at climate change as a major driver of risk and social disturbances around the world. So I think that's also part of it. There are, I think, growing conversations about inequality and the role that that plays in disaster management and risk. So I think that the US is starting to focus on resilience and to address vulnerability as a root cause of disaster management. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ben. And the next question actually goes to Dr. Amar Kshulevich. Please, Amar, tell me, in your opinion, is there any challenges from the so-called green extremism? It's according to your perspective.
Green extremism. Oh, you know, one of the biggest issues with climate change is that in some weak societies, if I hear you well, you're interested in rise of extremism as a result of climate change, right? Because I lost a little bit of connection. Oh, I don't hear you.
Do you hear me now?
Yeah, I was losing the connection.
Okay, I'm going to repeat the question here.
Thank you.
Is there any challenges from the so-called green extremism?
Aha. Yes, yes and no. I know that, like, ideally, in order for us to stop climate change as it is, all the economic, social, and other activities as we know them right now should stop. You know, and that's, I think, humanity all across every country. People don't agree about that. And when we talk now about Paris Agreement, we are even talking about the temperature increase of 1.5 to 2 degrees average. And just bear in mind that no matter when we increase the temperature 1.5 to 2 degrees average, sea level rise will jump between 30 and 40 centimeters on average per year. Droughts are going to increase. So we are talking what they want to do in Paris Agreement, or what humanity wants to do, is like, so we change the environment, but we change it to the level that is able to sustain human race. And yes, stuff will be really different, but it will be different in a sort of, like, at least what they expect, manageable way. And you have, when you say green extremism, you have many think tanks, intellectuals, individuals, organizations that would like us to, like, stop, turn off, and they said to return to the ways humanity should exist. But of course, that thinking also would stop civilization, and I think would be troublesome. So I know sometimes when I think about it, it's really hard to balance itself out. But one thing is certain, you know, if we are able hypothetically to stay in these 1.5 to 2 degrees increase, it will be painful. There'll be changes, but it will be, you know, it's better for somebody to hit you with a fist in the head, rather than somebody to chop your legs. You know, like, it's easier to live if you are wounded in an arm than to lose your legs. You understand me? It's like, it depends. Like, Earth is changing, humanity is definitely changing, the planet is changing, and sometimes people are not even sure what will be the repercussions of this. You know, for example, what was interested is that permafrost, or this, like, frozen methane in, like, high north, Russia, Canada, US, they thought permafrost and methane is 33% stronger than carbon dioxide. So one carbon dioxide, or it's like almost one molecule of methane is 30 times the carbon dioxide when it comes to heating. And when I talked to some scientists, they told me, oh, they thought, like, 15 years ago, these permafrosts will melt down and released if the temperature is already like a 3 degrees average increase. But that's not true. They already started opening up. So we are not even sure where we are heading now. But with green extremism, I understand their argument, and in ideal world, yes, we should stop what we are doing now. But in the world that we are living in, I think to be more realistic is to limit ourselves to 1.5 to 2 degrees.
Okay.
With painful consequences.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Omar, for this very interesting perspective shared by us, with us. And now just about to complete this panel discussion. And there's so many additional questions that will be answered via an additional chat or after the conference. And now we have a pleasure to invite our director here, and to provide a certificate to our in-person participants. So, Director, please.
Thank you for this interesting discussion. And because we're already half an hour over time, please put in the YouTube also the message down that we are 30 minutes over time from the technical point. I would like to give the certificate to Rustina Primova. And of course, all our lecturers also has that kind of certificate, and they will receive it. Short, eco-friendly gifts, which for you. Thank you. Thank you. 5 minutes break. 5 minutes break, no more. And please come back fast here, and we'll continue with the third panel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
With 5 minutes. Okay.
Yeah. Good morning and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to be part of that conference. And since 5 years serving for the CMDR COE, now I have the pleasure to be only a moderator of this panel and to continue the topic that I would like to say that this is my favorite area of expertise. And my previous colleagues already touched upon this hot potato, so-called climate change and security implications on it, and they revealed all aspects of this influence on the security in the societies. But this is the only one of only one side of the road. If you look at the other side of the road, this is how to cope with such kind of challenges nowadays. It's quite the answer is quite difficult. But when it comes to the coping or solving such kind of problems and dealing with the issues, and especially with the aspects of the security when it comes to the climate change challenges, we can say that this is the question about the resilience. How to build resilience, how to make sure that the societies are prepared for that challenges. The thematic of my panel is exactly how we can enhance societal resilience through the climate change aspects and challenges. And I have the pleasure to present my speakers today. I will start with Mr. Joel Thomas, and he will go through the how we can see the private and public partnership relations into the enhancing societal resilience, where nowadays we're facing a lot of challenges in that directions due to the somehow reluctancy from the private sector to cope or to be directly involved in the security issues. But nevertheless, this is the big challenges nowadays, and we should focus in. It's my pleasure to present the Joel Thomas. He is presenting today the SPIN Global and ISG organization as well, and his research is on how can enhance the resilience through private and public partnership. Joel, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm going to share my screen. And I would like you to confirm that you can see my slides before I begin.
Yeah, it's okay.
Perfect. Excellent. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. It's an honor to present my third time at this conference on the topic of enhancing societal resilience through private-public partnerships. We've heard a lot about today already climate change, and I like to use this phrase, the new normal. In the United States, after the 2017 through 2019 hurricane seasons prior to COVID, there was already a broad recognition that no jurisdiction or agency in the country has all the staff or resources that it needs to respond to a catastrophic incident. So as a nation, we need to work more closely with the private sector, and the relationships with the private sector are crucial. This led to a series of new laws. It led to new offices. It led to new programs, all that are focused on working together more closely with the private sector before, during, and after disasters. And it's also great to see NATO take a similar approach in the last several years, as recently we've heard that resilience is the first line of defense. And resilience is not something that is only the responsibility of government, either civilian or military. It's a whole of society responsibility. So today, I'd like to broaden our thinking today to think about how do we engage the whole society, and how do we embrace the new normal and accept the inherent role of the private sector as critical to the solution and becoming more resilient. So it's helpful to think about who actually responds, and what, from a community perspective, individuals, at the end of the day, we're trying to protect the life and safety of the people and citizens and travelers in our countries. And people rely on a number of services: power, water, communications, transportations, other things that are included in some of the NATO resilience baselines as well. And so when we think about who owns and operates that infrastructure, it varies from country to country, or even within a country from state to state. In the United States, 85% of the nation's critical infrastructure is owned by the private sector. I know in Europe and other parts of the world, it varies from country to country, but a vast majority of infrastructure is often owned by the private sector. And it's important to recognize who is the owner, the operator, because they're the people who, when something happens, they're going to be the ones who actually fix it. It's not necessarily government workers going and fixing utility pole lines. It's the utilities themselves who are doing that. And so how do we engage the private sector in thinking about making their grids more resilient? Planning, preparing, looking at continuity plannings, not just from their own business perspective, but at an industry perspective. We just had a couple of major events that you probably have heard about in the news, whether it was power outages in this winter in Texas that resulted in a $100 billion disaster, or even the cyber attacks on the Colonial Pipeline, which resulted in fuel shortages. These things have an impact at a national security level, but they impact everyday people. And the people who have to fix it are often in the private sector. And so when we think about who will respond, that should inform who's at the table when we're planning, when we're developing strategies, when we're conducting training and exercises. I want to take a moment first and define what is a private-public partnership. You may often have heard the term public-private partnership, which is government partnering with private sector, but there's been a massive recognition, as I mentioned in the US, of the importance of the role of the private sector, and to acknowledge that, I'm using this term. And a private-public partnership is simply defined as any informal or formal cooperative arrangement between two or more organizations from both private industry and the public sector for their mutual benefit. And that's a key phrase. And it's designed in this context to ensure life safety, economic security, and community resilience. People are at the center of this. Those people are, individuals, families, citizens, the people we serve. But really, the public and the private sector both have something to benefit from. And some of that is economic, and some of that is safety and security, and some of that is just continuity of access to these services that 21st century we rely upon so much, and without, it's majorly disruptive to our societies. So when we think about a partnership, there's lots of types of partnerships that I'll explore momentarily, and I'll give you some examples of based upon COVID. But before I do that, I'd like to talk about, often I talk with countries and organizations around the world around, well, how do we even begin to think about engaging the private sector? And really, oftentimes, the government is typically used to thinking top down, but really, when we talk about engaging the private sector and engaging citizens, we have to start bottom up. And so if you start at the bottom of this diagram, you'll see we need to first understand the complexity in our communities. What are the demographics? What is the profile of that community? What are the key industries? What are the key imports and exports? What do people have, and what do people rely upon through supply chains in terms of being able to have access to the necessary goods and resources, food, water, etc., that you need? In addition, we need to identify cultures in different communities. The cultural context is very important when we talk about engaging citizens and engaging the private sector. Understanding how people perceive specific organizations and groups, and how can we work together in communities to not only understand the complexity, but to work with champions in the community that are already well respected, that already have a wide reach and the ability to affect change in a community. Next, it's very simple. You have to start by building relationships and partnerships. But if we don't first have a profile of the community and actually understand who is in the community and their respective role, including, by the way, not just citizens, private sector, and governments, but non-governmental organizations and the military, when we look at the whole community, we need to then be strategic about building partnerships, building relationships, fostering dialogue. Next time that you're at a planning meeting, look around the table. Is anybody there representing the private sector? If they're not, that should be a thought in your mind to think, who should be at this meeting based upon all the climate change threats that we've talked about, droughts, floods, sea level rise, heat, etc. The impacts that we've heard about this morning and this afternoon have already demonstrated impacts to critical infrastructure and ultimately the livelihoods of the citizens in our countries. So after we build those relationships and identify who should be at the table, we need to actually engage them in a meaningful way. Communication, information sharing is a good starting point. Invitation to collaborate and jointly develop plans. It might be worth looking at our planning cycles and our engagement strategies and think about how do we include the general public and representatives of the general public and private sector in the process. Are there planning cycles, training cycles, exercise cycles where they can be invited to participate? After you've done that and they're actually at the table, we can begin to engage their assets because people bring something. Everybody has something to give, whether it's a knowledge, a skill, or a capability, or a relationship. Once we have people at the table and we've begun to plan and engage, then we can actually understand what they might have to offer. And we can be more deliberate and coordinated in the offers and requests for assistance. We can understand what's already happening that the government doesn't need to recreate. We had situations in Puerto Rico after Hurricane Maria where millions of water bottles were coordinated by the US government, FEMA, and by the military. 2 years later, on the headlines of a major news outlet was a picture of 2 million water bottles sitting on the tarmac of the airport in San Juan, Puerto Rico. Why? Because water delivery was not an issue. Amazon and Walmart, big companies, were already delivering water and there was no disruption to that supply chain. And so instead of duplicating the efforts, what if the next time we have a big logistics operation and we need to source a commodity, why don't we talk to the private sector and understand who's already doing that in a community and then work with them? So we're not duplicating effort and wasting valuable resources. And last, once we have identified the need, we've engaged people we actually can empower action. When something bad happens, we can actually make the phone call or even before something bad happens or after. So throughout the entire life cycle, we can empower people to take action. In COVID, anybody who disbelieved that the private sector was essential in national security, emergency management, etc., crisis management, I think after watching COVID play out, I think we all see that the private sector was essential at the national level in cities, counties, from the creation of vaccines, personal protective equipment, ventilators. Who created that? The private sector. In the US, the government convened the private sector and engaged them in a program to accelerate the process of production of these vaccinations and masks. And that happened around the world as well. And actually, our nations shared many of these resources and commodities with one another in times of need. The U.S. received from many allies contributions to help in time of need. And I know the U.S. has also since given back many of those resources as well as the needs have increased elsewhere. We see that the private sector is essential to meeting a critical need. But the government was also essential to removing red tape and bureaucracy and coordinating resources and keeping the public interest at heart and at mind. In big cities around the world, such as New Orleans, Louisiana, we saw restaurants failing and businesses failing because of the closures of COVID. One of the smart approaches that was taking place was that the government partnered with restaurants. They were telling people stay at home, but to protect their health. But the reality was people were suffering because the economy was failing. And so what the government did in New Orleans, they actually provided grants to restaurants so they could produce food and then deliver it with no contact to elderly, to people who are staying at home, etc. This provided tens of thousands of meals every single day that kept people from having contact, which kept them healthy, and it also kept businesses open and kept people having jobs, which kept the economy going. So we see having the conversation with private and public was essential to keeping the economy going, which is increasingly a point of interest as we have to manage both the tension of health and the economy in the COVID and post-COVID era. Additionally, we saw tech companies such as Zoom. We're on a web conference right now in this meeting. I would not be able to do this, without the web technology we're using on WebEx, but Zoom and many others enabled business continuity around the world, and they gave it away. They gave away the technology. Yeah, sure, they stand to make some money down the road, but they were a critical enabler of normalcy of life in a critical time. There's many other examples I won't go into right now in the interest of time, but I want to pivot now to look at, we've heard about NATO 2030, and I want to offer a few considerations as we wrap up this talk. As we look forward over the next 10 years and beyond, we really truly need to embrace this idea of a whole of society approach to resilience, recognizing individuals, organizations, businesses, governments, military, all have equities to bring to bear. We all have a stake in resilience. We all need each other. The only way to actually improve and go down this road is to actually engage one another in the process. There are some processes that must remain only in the military, or only in government, or only in private sector. But where we can collaborate and where collaboration is necessary, we should be more proactive to invite one another to the table, to engage one another. Second, public education and training is critical to equip citizens as first responders. We're seeing in a multi-threat environment where climate change is happening, increasing frequency and intensity of disasters. We had in the US, before COVID, the previous years, some of the worst disasters in the history of America that in terms of total cost exceeded the previous 20 years of cost. And we literally had hurricanes, wildfires, floods in 9 time zones, from the Northern Mariana Islands in the Pacific, which is a territory, all the way to Puerto Rico, which is the Atlantic Standard Time. 9 time zones, presidential declared disasters. And then COVID required presidentially declared disaster in all 56 states and territories. We saw citizens as first responders, citizens helping out. When masks were shortfall, children and their families made masks and delivered them to local hospitals to help healthcare workers in the early days before we had the supply chain going. There's many examples of how, as we have increasing events and impacts, that we're going to have to rely upon the general public and private sector. Third, how do we get people to act? People must understand their vulnerability. Ben Wallace, my colleague, spoke about that earlier today. If people perceive vulnerability, they will be compelled to act. It's not just risk. We have to talk about not only risk, but talk about vulnerability, because that makes it personal, and that makes it something I care about. And then last, we must partner with the private industry at national levels in our governments and across local governments and at every level, multilateral cooperation within NATO, to reach national populations in an integrated way, with integrated messaging, integrated education, training, and I think technology can offer a key to unlocking potential there. In the NATO 2030 report, it said that new technologies offer historic opportunities for strategic advantage for the enrichment and betterment of society. What this means is there's simply not enough money or trained personnel to go around and have face-to-face interactions with every single person on the planet. We just simply don't have enough resources in this industry, even though we're more money is being spent on this topic than ever before. Technology is going to be a key to unlocking the reach to prepare the nations for disasters and to make them more resilient before, during, and after disasters. I'd like to thank you for your time. Again, I'll be around to answer questions at the end of this panel. And I'd also like to acknowledge Mr. Scott Moreland, who's the Institute for Security Government's Emergency Management and Resilience Functional Lead. You can contact myself or him following this event with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thomas. It was interesting to see what is the view of how the relationships between the public and the private sector can contribute to the resilience. And but from the other perspective, I expect, by the way, I expect a lot of interesting questions to you due to this interesting topic, and to the audience, not only online but here in the hall, Brussels Hall. Please keep in mind that the password for your questions in the forum is 4 times number 3, 3333. So ask your questions to our lecturers and to have a good discussion. On the next place, when it comes to building resilience, this is common true that the decision makers played the big role in that process. But without being supported with sophisticated tools, there will be a kind of blind approach to the issue, to the challenge that they cannot overcome without support. From that perspective, it's my pleasure to present the next lecture. Next 2 lectures, actually, Dr. Konstantinos Tsetsos and Major Sebastian Strater. They will present this European and Defense Agency research project called Common Operation Picture in Disaster and Crisis Management. And also there will be presented at the German Territorial Help approach to enhance resilience in Germany in case of crisis situation. It's my pleasure to give the floor to Konstantinos. Konstantinos, can you hear me? Please unmute yourself.
Yeah, sorry, that's the problem when you work with 2 screens.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction. And then you invited us here to present. And as you said correctly, I will briefly touch upon the intermediary results of the Common Operational Picture Crisis and Disaster Management project that is currently running for the European Defense Agency, where we exactly, as was mentioned by the speaker before me, try to offer one of the solutions where at least we enhance information exchange and cooperation between the military and the civilian sector, where of course it can also be very private in the near future. Please allow me to share my screen for 1 second. Sorry, now everything was tested and now it doesn't work. Just give me a second. So it doesn't allow me to share the PDF directly, so I'll just share the screen and do it like this. Okay, I hope you can see it now.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right. So very briefly, what is COP-DCM? What have we achieved so far, and what are the results of the 2 limited objective experiments? As you will see, we will follow CDNE methodology, and what will the future hold of the project, and where do we want to be in the next year. And then I would pass the torch over to Major Johannes Streter, who is then dwelling into a national project that combines the findings of COP-DCM, but also enhances it to meet the national requirements in order to enhance resilience by creating a collaborative and information exchange platform within Germany for any given crisis. So what are we trying to do with COP-DCM? Well, the overarching goal is to create a recognized common operational picture. And to do so, the project group which has a conceptual and technical emphasis, concentrates on the development of a technical solution, a technical platform that is capable in doing one thing in particular, enhancing decision-making support for decision makers by increasing situational awareness, and thus making us more resilient when faced with crises that might be local, that can also be transnational. So the overarching goal is facilitate command, control, and coordination between civilian and military crisis managers, and do that in the most scientific possible way by utilizing either pre-stored historical incident data or captured data that is captured live during an emergency in real time or near real time. The overarching strategic or project architecture, as you can see here, follows a lot of the modeling simulation logic that you might have encountered in different NATO MSGs so far. We have on the bottom, we have the military and civilian disaster emergency and military simulation systems that are used mostly for experimentation purposes, but also for training of the personnel, the future to be crisis managers on both sides, civilian and military. So by federating them, you create basically the necessary environment to enhance the capability and of the personnel engaged on both sides through training and experimentation. The information is then aggregated and sent towards the command and control level, where again we have representatives. Now this is a generic architecture, of course, representatives of the military and the civilian domain. Those then exchange the respective information that might be geospatial information, it might also be non-spatial information, of course, based on their pre-existing databases, for instance, availability of hospitals or availability of resources, that is then either computed through the databases, and only the recognized information is exchanged between the two actors based on the specifics disaster requirement. The combination then of this essential information only then forms a COP. And so whereas the civilian and the military might see different things in their respective systems, by the combination of this information, the actual common operational picture is created, where only the relevant information is shared and only the relevant information is visualized. What we then do is add a real-time data feed, either by satellite, aerial, or other real-time data, in order to get as near time as possible live updates on the current situation, thus enhancing again situation awareness. And in a secondary step, you can think about a real-time data being actually a tool, a facilitator to validate the simulation results, in particularly if those simulation results are used for predictive or prognostic purposes. As I said, this is the generic overarching data. Now, what did we do so far in the last 24 months in order to implement this technical platform that seeks to enhance the decision makers' capacity to deal with whatever crisis might strike their country or a continent such as Europe or the NATO area in the future? Well, we started, of course, at the simulation level with a generic scenario simulating a CBRN disaster in a major city, in our case Oslo, where a representative for the military C2 and a civilian C2, in our case the Norwegian C2IS system NORSYS and a civilian system COBRA, shared situational data between the military and the civilian respondents. And we used a CT analyst and the disaster form that was also developed in one project with the CMDR COE 2 years ago to federate the two simulation systems that were stimulating the command and control system, in our case VR forces and CORA. So this was basically the fundament. Now, in a second scenario, in our second experiments, we reused, of course, all the findings from the first. So the simulation layer was reproduced, this time in a different scenario, a wildfire in Germany. We had historical data from the German aerospace, DLR, that provided aerial and satellite data so that we can tailor the scenario very close to a real world event. And we were mapping what information had to be exchanged and how to exchange it, both from a conceptual as well as from a technical perspective between the involved actors as well as the tools those involved actors used. In order to facilitate the migration of the information that was transmitted through an HLA reporter from the simulation level to the C2, we also utilized a C2 SIM broker that allowed for the smooth transition of data, so that could be depicted correctly without loss and at a very short time frame into the command and control systems. And to facilitate the communication between the two command and control systems, we developed a proprietary software solution called Service Bus. Dynamics was in the lead there to facilitate C2 to C2 information exchange. The combination of the picture that we saw in Cobra and Norsis then, and this stimulated again by a federated simulation system, constituted the common operational picture as we thought of it. Very shortly, of course, the architectures beneath the larger generic ones I show you is much more elaborated. Here you can see an example for LOE1 where CT Analyst, the dispersion model, is feeding information directly in the command and control systems as well as into the simulation systems that then, through a dispersion federate and CBRN effects federates, propel the development of the CBRN event. This then, through an HLA reporter, is reported into both systems that also exchange this information for verification and validation purposes. Here are a few examples. I will provide the presentation for those that are interested in more detail. More important, and I think this is where we're currently at, and here you see a much more elaborated architecture of what we currently have achieved, is LOE2, where we established really the prototypical COP as we think crisis management should be conducted in within NATO and the European Union member states whenever a civil-military interaction is about to take place, and how with the help of our technical solution, information exchange can be standardized, institutionalized, and exchanged in real time, always under the premise that this, of course, enhances not only our decision-making capability, but overall our resilience. As you can see, there's always federated simulation systems involved. We use Disasterform, NATN, and others. Shapefile information by whatever external information data source, either National Statistical Bureau or Meteorological Institute or a critical infrastructure database, can be included into this simulation federation that they can then propel, of course, the future development of whatever disaster event you have or the movement of units through the HLA reporter, usually GeoJSON files, and the C2 SIM broker. This information is then delivered to the civilian and the military C2. And I saw a question popping up in the chat. Yes, exactly. By the high inclusion that we have in first state, we have a very close interaction with military end users represented primarily by Command Territorial Task of Germany. That's why also Major Strader is here, that informed us from the beginning what the military requirements have. We have also the same equivalent representation of civilian end users, mostly representatives from the fire departments or local crisis management or the Ministry of Interior on the civilian side. And the civilian side is so open source and so open-minded that the inclusion of the private sector, as long as they follow the same proposed architectural standards or technological standards or the protocols that are usually used in exchanging information between command and control systems, can be included very easily, or in some cases are very already included. For instance, just one example, Cobra that is running in Belgium already consumes real-time to once in a day, to twice or 3 times in a day data of all hospitals. So you can have near to real-time hospital bed coverage, for instance. And those hospitals are state hospitals, military hospitals, private clinics, and so on and so forth. So there you have, for instance, already materialized example where you have the whole panoply of potential actors from a whole of society, as my fourth speaker said, approach, already included in a practical solution such as monitoring the capacity of hospital beds in a pandemic situation. So yes, we are very open and willing to include the private sector. Most likely they will be entering from the left side on this architecture, since here open standards are much more prevalent than on the military side. And what we developed in particular is that the service bus that ensures connectivity between the civilian to the military C2IS allows this private sector data that might maybe just be in a KML file or JSON map or whatever, translated into the format so that the APIs that are located on the civilian military side can consume this data in case they need it for operational or decision-making purposes. They're both then together, of course, as I said, the combination of the two picture only then forms the recognized common operational picture. And as you can see here, what we try is to enhance it with real-time data so that we're not dependent on static data or just the simulation results for the validation of what is actually going on the ground, that the command center gets us an information into the C2 for the purposes of decision-making. So here are a few examples where you can see Cobra, NORSIS, CORA, and we are forces. All these two are federated, and then on top you see the two C2IS systems that all the information is exchanged in 5 to 15 seconds, so close to real time, and they all deal with the same fire. Here the evacuation areas that the civilians set up that after 5 seconds delay can be seen by the military, so they take into consideration. And the simulations, of course, move the units based on the orders, which is then live depicted in the command and control systems. What we did, and that's another extra thing, is that maybe goes beyond what you usually would find at NATO MSG level, is we did not only exchange spatial data, we exchange non-spatial data, such as requests. Usually those C2 systems are not geared or developed towards this. So we found a quick solution where, for now, for experimentation purposes, you actually create a map information incident that would be a spatial data information, but through the metadata, a specific request can be sent from the civilian side to the military and vice versa. For instance, requesting 5 fire trucks or 1 helicopter to a given area of operation during a crisis. One of our next steps, and this brings me already to the conclusion, is to exactly institutionalize and find a technical solution for this so that non-spatial information can also be exchanged. So what have we achieved so far? Well, we utilized an integrated web tile service, sometimes historic, sometimes real-time, into all systems. Mostly you would go to your, as I said, National Space Agency or Meteorological Agency to get this type of information and to have the most accurate mapping information in all systems. Then we utilize the C2 SIM broker between federated simulations on the one side and connected civil military C2IS on the other. We exchange spatial data, which most of the systems already have as a core functionality, so unit locations, map annotation, and so on and so forth. Currently, and that was the prospect of LOE2, the connectivity that we have established and proven is only unidirectional, so only from the civilian to the military side through the service bus. In the next LOE, of course, it will be bidirectional. As I said, geospatial information is exchanged. Non-geospatial information could be exchanged, but that was more or less a trick. So this is the future of this project where we're going to concentrate upon. Most important is that we achieved near real-time information exchange, and all those systems were, due to COVID, running, of course, remote, federated, and connected through 4 different countries. So you don't have to be actually in theater to have a live tracking as long as the data is there. So what will the future hold? Well, we want to extend the development of the C2 SIM broker and the C2 to C2 service bus. We want a reflection of unit status information, also the civilian to the military. We want to establish some sort of Blue Force tracking, but in particular for the civil side, which doesn't exist so far. And this all should be working bidirectional. So civilian to military and military to civilian. We want to show the progress of, for instance, a wildfire, a flood in real time. And it's simulated in real time on the SIM level and then instantly transmitted to the C2IS, so that whenever you're talking about situation awareness, you get the most accurate depiction possible on the given information that you have available in order to decide how to use your forces, your crisis management personnel to engage this. Then we want to focus on non-spatial data, which is mostly request information from the civilian side in real time to the military, like I need a helicopter, do you have tents, do you have shovels, I need them there, here's my evacuation zone. And then we want to incorporate more than we have already, real-time data that can be used, and that's the optional thing, either to evaluate the simulation results, did the CBRN cloud actually go there 3 hours later where we simulated it will go, so, and how does that, for instance, impact my evacuation order, and or, as I said, to enhance the situation awareness, because in modern technology, and the speaker before me mentioned that as well, there are a lot of golden nugget solutions that we can use to enhance our capacity, not only to become more resilient, but also to mitigate crises once they occur. And the use, for instance, of drones as a live monitoring vehicle that can then feed information into C2IS systems. And this information also be used to validate simulation systems, from our point of view, is the future and would save multiple lives just by enhancing the information basis for the decision makers. If we achieve, and I hope we do, we should know next year, at least with this prototypical demonstrator that we are building, we believe that we have made a big step towards enhancing civil-military cooperation, and thus the resilience whenever engaged in natural disasters, and if you want, in brackets, also in part several hybrid disasters, and then thus fulfilling also NATO's call that yes, based on Article 3, the resilience of the member states is the first line of defense. Thank you for your attention, and sorry for the extended time use. And now I would pass the torch to my colleague, Mr. Major Streeter, who will present the German territorial hub.
Thank you, Dr. Tsetsos. Major Streeter, can you hear us?
Yeah, thank you very much. So basically, I'm just trying to, I think you can see me. Sorry?
Over to you.
Oh, thank you very much. Actually, I am just briefly activating my camera so you can have a face with the presentation. Briefly, I'll switch it off in a second due to probably bad network. Yeah, we've got like a 45-minute delay on the clock already, and you've been actually fired upon with lots of information. I was given 10 minutes. I will try to keep it that way, with 10 minutes starting here. And what you'll be seeing now is actually the national approach when it comes to an advancement or advancing actually civil-military cooperation on the national level actually. So basically taking you to the next level nationally, what we've already heard. And for you, no, just go back to the first slide, please. Thank you. Basically the Territorial Task Command, basically my command that I'm representing today, is in charge of all territorial tasks of our armed forces, as well as responsible for the support of our civil administration. So, I mean, at the moment, currently, we have a focus on mainly administrative assistance as regulated by our constitution, and tasks such as host nation support, what we call military enablement. During the pandemic, the command responded to, or has been responding to, as of today, to roughly 7,000 requests for assistance by the federal states in Germany. So basically, we supported vaccination hubs, retirement homes, hospitals were active in contact tracing, for example. But however, it's not actually since the start of the pandemic that we've been looking into fields in which we could do our job better, quicker, and more efficient. Actually, we identified mainly the field of civil-military cooperation, and particularly the exchange of data and information among the actors involved. That this actually is something that we identified and that attracted our attention where we could do better. We wanted to make quick progress and thus looked at, or actually for an experimental format or setting to test our hypothesis, to optimize processes and conceptualize and eventually materialize our idea of a new cutting edge so-called territorial hub. Next slide. And this led us to CDE, concept development and experimentation. This is nothing new to you. By the way, should you be interested in learning more about it, the NATO School in Germany offers a one-week residential course in fall this year. It's a practitioner course. I just learned about it yesterday, so it might be interesting for some of you. Actually, the format touches upon the following 4 principles and dimensions and individually assesses the shortcomings and the potential for optimization and eventually helps us to draw an ideally comprehensive picture of an idea that we hope to be able to materialize in due course. And by looking at these dimensions, technology, the human factor, processes, and organization, we focus not only on the federal states in Germany, but also on potential international cooperation in the future. One of the reasons why I'm here today. And furthermore, we cooperate when it comes to MIL-CIV or CIV-MIL cooperation and relations with German public authorities, which for us are all the public authorities, not wearing camouflage, but including police and the fire brigades. Next slide. So for us, actually, what is the territorial hub, what we call it? It's actually, we say, a CIV-MIL interconnected, collaborative, fully digitized work environment with a focus on exchanging data and information nationally, initially, and then internationally in the future without logical or physical separation of security critical components. So this is actually for us the visionary part of that and the major challenge of this project with comprehensive APIs/interfaces and ready for add-ons. So it's not actually just like another solution. It's supposed to be a comprehensive solution able to incorporate others that are already out there or developments in the future. And the main reason, and this is like why I'm representing it from a military perspective, first of all, we are supporting with this territorial hub, our commander, the commander of the Territorial Task Command in his decision-making processes. We focus on command and control, on aspects such as workflow management, and furthermore in the future prediction and simulation. Next slide. And this is how it looks. This is like only simplified the architecture in a way, but it makes it much easier, I think, for us to comprehend what TerHub, the territorial hub, means. So here we see the MIL and CIV dimensions, and let's get an idea like what the rest means. The so-called TerNet is the territorial net. TerWorks is territorial work and exchange system. TRC2, it's obvious territorial command and control system, and PRISM will be then the prediction and simulation system. Actually, starting with the TerNet, and this is what I mean, or what I said by, this is the visionary part of the project, it's actually the joint information and data exchange space. It ensures, ideally, bidirectional interagency exchange of information and data, and this space is accessible through TerLink. It's actually opening a VPN interface or connection into this joint network, browser-based ideally, where, for example, location data can be exchanged as well as reporting or reports in general, and thus ideally enables a full digital cooperation ecosystem. This is what we aim to facilitate or want to facilitate. So information security throughout the entire process is key and can be guaranteed by a rigorous user access control. The TerWorks, so territorial work and exchange system, is the main component for information management, cooperative work and workflow management. And the focus at the moment lays on our core tasks, which are the administrative assistance and host nation support. So basically cooperation on that level focusing on these tasks that I just mentioned. TRC2 as a core functionality, basically nothing much to explain to you, to plan and direct and control operations, ideally, in this case, in conjunction with civil authorities where required. And TER-PRESIM, this is something for the later future, or I mean, future is always later for the future. So basically, it means essentially add-ons so that we can ideally, again, require that analyze information, situations, make predictions, start simulations for training purposes, and it augments the functionalities of TRC2. And this access is available to both the CIV and MIL partners, and it factors in the latest developments in artificial intelligence, AI, and simulation technology, ideally, but this is like something for the future. This is not our initial focus. Next slide. Just for you to have an idea, as I said, this is a CD&E project, so the end of the project will be in March next year, March 2020. But in the meantime, there are a couple of steps still to go. So first of all, we'll continue to work on the architecture, the data protection concept, and continue conceptualizing the system demonstrator. Then in the quarters 3 and 4 of this year, we'll continue developing this demonstrator. So we want to get to materialize this thing as quickly as possible, really to get into testing, to have something tangible, and along the way optimize processes. And then particularly that with partners from the civilian dimension. And in Q1 next year, we'll develop it even further, test it in real life, and continuously, or basically like till then, we'll have already a plan on how to and when to materialize, actually acquire the TER hub, or like the technology that's required or like necessary to realize that. But this is the general and major plan. And this means today, this was just an initial introduction for this group, for you or to you, for you actually to see the interconnectedness with COP-DCM, the national level, the EU level, the international level, and for you an information that there is a national project going on, that we are working on that very hard and with actually lots of pressure on our shoulders from our superior commands, and that we try to make this international once we actually gave it a try on the national basis, or like national level, which means we'll start going to the next level, starting from probably Q2, Q3 next year. So this is just for you to have an idea and be prepared, and hopefully I'll be able to provide you with more information in the meantime. I took exactly 8 minutes, 58 seconds, and this concludes my presentation, pending your questions. Thank you.
At a minute from me.
Interesting topic presented by you. It seems that the international artificial intelligence nowadays plays a vital role, not only in the private sector, not only in the technology industries, but also in supporting the decision-making process as well when it comes to cope with crisis and disaster. So thank you very much once again. And next presenter is my pleasure to present Professor Kostadinov. He is professor in Medical University in Plovdiv, and his topic today is climate change challenges to disaster medical resilience, with a focus on climate change-driven increase in the natural disaster frequency and severity, the impact on population migration and society health indicators, and the increased risk of technological failures and man-made disasters occurrence. It's my pleasure to give the floor to Professor Kostadinov. Professor Kostadinov, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you for presenting me in such a comprehensive manner. Now, I would like to share, of course, my screen, and into the beginning, I would like to express my gratitude for this invitation, and what is more, for the attention you are giving to the medical issues, because for many years, I'm looking for one approach to the medical assets. They are already taken for as a granted. And unfortunately, the COVID pandemic gave us a very brutal example that our systems, the health systems, are not well prepared and are not resilient. So this was my, how to say, introduction. Just a moment, could you see my presentation now, my slides? Hello?
Yes,
okay.
we can see it clear.
So thank you. I will start just giving you. Okay, sorry. So I will start with this is my agenda. I will not speak for the definition of the medical resilience, but I will just point out what we into the medical community we are understanding for medical resilience. Then I will say a few words about the challenges that the climate change are providing to us, to the medical community, and what is the impact of the climate change driven disasters to medical resilience. And I will say a few words for what we have identified till now and hope that we will learn these lessons. So about the disaster medical resilience, it is not only the well-built facilities, the accessibility, the state-of-the-art equipment, and the new medicines that are invented and are implemented into the practice. We are looking for the human resources and for the organization of their work, because without a proper organization, without every of our colleagues to know what exactly he is supposed to do, we cannot speak about any medical resilience. So when we're speaking about the medical resilience for 30 years till now, we do not have an exact definition for it. I am presenting to you one marvelous article where the review of our development into the medical resilience topic is well presented. But in few words, when we're speaking about the medical resilience in case of disasters and the crisis, we do not look only for saving the lives of the casualties, but to grant health and well-being of the population that is not well understood by a lot of managers and even with among of the disaster managers. And in order we to have this, to grant, to save the life, to grant the health, we are dividing the medical resilience into two main parts, static and operational. When we're speaking about the static, these are all the resources, all the communication, buildings, equipment, consumables, all the infrastructure. This is a static one. And it could be built, it could be elaborated into the two first phases of the disaster, into the interim phase and into the prodrome phase. But when the disaster strikes, we have to rely on the operational part of the resilience. That means that how we could enhance the resilience is only we could rely on the capabilities, the skills, and the readiness and willingness of the medical staff to absorb, to adapt, and to restore the danger medical infrastructure. So therefore, I will give you this very well-known diagram. when we're speaking about the resilient health system, it consists of everything. But we have to think about the health workforce, the health service delivery. But in order to assure this, we need a leadership, we need a financial support, we need a health information. And what unfortunately was proven in the COVID pandemic, that the health information has not reached the community. What is more, the health information has not reached even some of the medical specialists, and this resulted into this really extremely elevated number of fatalities caused by one simple airborne infection. It is amazing how one simple airborne infection has led to such a number of fatalities. Why? Because the health information was not provided in a proper and comprehensive manner. But this is other topic. Now, I will start with giving a very short overview regarding what the climate change, how the climate change impacts the disaster, both in the frequency, both into the severity. And what we are observing now, we are observing one steady trend in increase of a climate change driven disasters, mainly flooding, storms, cyclones, hurricanes, and floods. And as you could see, they are leading to a huge increase into the cost of the management. But of course, I would like to start with what? With the challenges that this climate change is posing to the medical community. When we have a severe weather, when we have a droughts, when we have a floods, what we have observed into the previous decades, a huge intra-country and extra-country migration. And what this migration has led to? Has led to one overpopulated, with one highly dense population. And this highly dense population is posing risk to the healthcare systems, because we have to think about how to provide the necessary medical assistance to all this increased population with this increased density that is providing a nice territory for spreading of a lot of diseases. But what is more, when we have an increased population, then we have a real congestion of the traffic. And could you just tell me how we could plan and execute a real life-saving medical evacuation in case of this traffic jam? You could say, yes, we could use the airborne medical evacuation, but how many countries and how many assets have the countries to provide this medical evacuation for all those in need in case of one disaster? What is more, this migration has led to a sharp disparity between among the population. As you could see, we have one middle and wealthy class and a lot of low-income citizens that are living into the slums. And once again, these slums are a nice field. They are a place for breeding health hazards. And one of these hazards, we are facing it. These are the different examples of a social unrest, from the protests, from strikes, till some attacks towards the law enforcement forces. So in this slide, I have given these challenges to the healthcare systems And these challenges are real, are nowadays. They are climate driven, but they are not challenges that are related to the disasters. We have to respond adequately. We have to increase our systems' possibility to recognize these challenges and to respond towards them by adapting of the functions, adapting of the workforce, of the financial, of the information exchange. Otherwise, we will be in trouble. And now, I would like to say a few words regarding how the disasters are impacting the two different parts of the medical resilience. On the static, it's obvious. We could have a destruction and damages on the medical infrastructure. This includes buildings, laboratories, warehouses, pharmacies, communication information system into the healthcare system, all the lines of communication between the healthcare system with the other agencies, the firefighters, the police, and other teams that are included into the disaster consequence, into the disaster relief operation. Of course, this destruction of the static has a huge impact into a pre-hospital and emergency medical care assistance provision. But when we're speaking about the static disruption, we should think about the destruction of the roads, of the transport, of the vehicles, of the distributing system. What I mean here, the medical services availability is highly dependent on electricity, on water distribution, on gas distribution systems. And if they are damaged, then we will have a serious troubles because our pre-planned resources are sufficient for, let's say, some days, but they could not afford a provision of medical assistance to increase number of casualties, because when we are planning systems for saving the first hours of medical facilities independence, we are planning them with regards to a normal influx of the patients. But in case of disaster, we know that the number of the casualties requiring life-saving, limb-saving, or eye-saving procedures that are emergency, they increasing in almost instantly. So therefore, very fast, our pre-planned capabilities for independence will be expanded. So therefore, we have to think about this impact on the static, how we should predict what we will need and how we could have a storage of these essential functions. So here are some examples of the static disruption. And unfortunately, I would like to point out on the first picture here, because sometimes into the war.
Excuse me, Professor Kusaril, could you please speed up a little bit your presentation, because we are running out of the time.
Of course, I will be very happy. So just to give you an example from a deliberate target hospital in Syria. So what is the impact on the operational? Decreased or lost operational capabilities due to deaths, injuries, because of the increased physical and psychological demands to my colleagues, because of the different standard operating procedures and different algorithms that are extremely different and diverse from a routine. And of course, all this have to be done into the limited time frame, into the limited resources. And in order to provide required assistance for overwhelming number of casualties. Just give you a few examples what is the reality in case of disaster and how our colleagues have to work, and sometimes they're becoming casualties by the damaging factors. So how we could adapt? This is to reduce the exposure. Is it possible? No way. We're expecting that this climate change will become more and more severe. So what we have to do? We have to transform ourselves. We have to prepare for the increase, change increase. We have to reduce the vulnerability. How we could do this? By enhancing all these blocks. But we could not expect that our emergency preparedness and management and our workforce will be enough resilient if we do not change the leadership approach, if we do not start to think about the climate issues and how we could adapt to this increased vulnerability, how we could manage the environmental demands. And the most important is that we have to have a clear information, a proper information between us into the community, between us and the other agencies of disaster management, and what was said by the previous speakers, between us and the population. Because without the population, without the support of the population, we could not reach a real resilience of our health system. So, because of the lack of time, I will expect your comments, your questions, and I will give the answers on my email. Thank you for attention. Thank you for inviting me. And I would like to continue the discussion via email with all that will have any questions. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, Professor Kostadinov. For sure, we will continue this discussion, not only via emails, but you can write down your questions in the chat form in YouTube, not only during the conference, but after finishing the conference, the video from the conference will be available for all interested in that conference and that issues people, and they can write down your questions in the chat form and to be able to be answered to the questions. Thank you very much once again. It's my pleasure to give the floor to the next presenter, Colonel David Bates, with the topic how disaster response teaching has developed and is contributing directly to the resilience. He is a senior lecturer in disaster response and humanitarian action Institute of Health, University of Cumbria, United Kingdom, and his topics is with focus on how online transformative learning has been applied to create individual development and organizational capability to counter natural and man-made environmental threats. Thank you very much for being with us. Colonel Bates, can you hear us?
I can, thank you, Dimitar.
Yes, over to you, the floor is yours. Keep in mind that we're
thank you very much.
behind the schedule, and I would appreciate having your presentation a little bit concise. Thank you.
Okay, I'll try. So I'm trying to share the slides here. There we go. Okay, is that on?
Yes, sir, we can see it.
You can see that?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Perfect.
Okay, excellent. So thank you very much, Dimitar, Director, for inviting me back. This is the second time I've had the privilege and honor to present at this conference. Really useful presentations all the way through today's meeting, providing us with lots of detail on systems and how we should be approaching the effects and the hazards that climate change presents. Hopefully, what I will do over the next 10 or so minutes is to provide you with a glue or a wraparound to try to pull some of these concepts and systems together, and I think it follows on really well from Dr. Rosti's presentation just now, talking about transformation. And what I'll like to do is to try to throw some concepts out there which will allow you to develop yourselves as transformative learners and leaders. So this is a presentation which is the result of 5 years of development now, developing our programme at the University of Cumbria in disaster response and humanitarian action. And what we thought was that we had to provide a unique selling point for our programme, because there are lots of others out on the market which look at systems and look at disaster response from a systemic and a systematic approach. And so we decided to go back and look at the person, which has been spoken about a lot today. And most of the people that we teach are like the people you see on the left of the screen there. They're coming up to middle age, they're mid-career professionals, they've got a lot of tacit knowledge and innate experience, and we're going to try and transform them into disaster response commanders, leaders, politicians, managers, developers, capability developers, anything that you would like to actually improve our buoyancy and resilience and get us through these disaster events. And so we went back again, as I said, to people, but we also looked at how people develop, so educationally, through training and through experience. And again, we've already heard that culture and context is key. And so we looked for a philosophy that was based on this culture and context, which is basically social reality. And within social reality, or within the social reality, are the people that are in the community who take moral responsibility for their own resilience, their own survival, but they also expect their leaders and their politicians to be doing that with them and for them. And this all goes back to the Ottawa Declaration, WHO conference in 1987. Somebody said earlier, what has NATO got to do with climate change or combating climate change and all the other non-warlike combat functions? Well, this is what it's all about, because Ottawa said that physical security is important. And you need physical security before you can start looking at human security and everything else that goes with that. So the way we teach and our methods have got to be ethnographic, anthropological and qualitative. And our methods are always getting down on the ground, talking to people. What do people need? And looking at their property, their environment, and the processes secondary to that. And again, that goes back to what Dr. Rosti was talking about earlier, when he was saying that the information wasn't getting to the people, and therefore we had more deaths than were expected in the current pandemic. The participatory planning is key, and we need to fuse all of this, in order to enable a response, which is the capability. So improving our capability so that we can write down that risk that was spoken about earlier. So the vulnerability and the hazards, improve your capability, and that also increases and enhances your accountability as leaders, but it also gives us those lessons to learn and to plough back into the system so we can be even better. So looking to the future rather than looking to the past, which is what some of our commentators said earlier was a problem with the system. Very busy slide here, but those of you in the military or have been in the military will recognize the old OODA loop decision action cycle there. What I'd like you to concentrate on here is the red areas, so the orientation part of the cycle, but also the friction and the politics, which I've brought in from von Clausewitz on the outside. So you see John Boyd's OODA loop goes in that direction. The friction and the politics is frustrating the OODA loop, so it's frustrating your decision making. And that's what Jacques Mesereau called a disorientating dilemma back in 1991 when he wrote about reflexivity and how we learn, how we become transformative learners. And that's what I want to go on to now. So it's all about changing behaviors, and it's about using that experience that we've had, that tacit knowledge and innate experience from the past, and turning that into capability now and for the future. And that's why we're breaking open this orientation bubble here. And I'm using David Kolb as a reflective practice model, but you can use any model you like that you're familiar with to break that open. And basically all we're saying is break down that concrete experience, reflect on what you've seen and what you've done, and then conceptualize that. So go back to military terminology now. Let's have some courses of action, and then we'll experiment. NATO likes experimentation, and we'll choose a course of action that works, and we'll go back around the cycle. That's the single loop. The double loop is bringing in Jacques Mesereau again, and this emotional component. So this is in effect the physical and the cognitive. This is bringing in the moral component now. What most people will do when they hit these disorienting dilemmas is they'll go back to that experience, the concrete experience, and they won't actually complete the cycle. So they will rationalize the problem away. We've always done it this way. That gives them a false representation. They'll go back into the into Boyd's loop, make a decision, take the action, and it might be wrong. What we want people to do is to respond to that disorienting dilemma, challenge their assumptions, put together, problem solve, put together some courses of action, and then make the right decision. So we're trying to generate decision advantage, if not decision superiority. And this is what we want to get out of it. We want a self-motivated, intelligent, knowledgeable, and an operator that can communicate effectively. And this was characterized by Baron Davis back in 2014, where they were saying that a lot of the problems that we face in disaster response is that people are not critically analyzing their actions, and they don't understand that they can positively influence legislation, policy, doctrine, and capability. And so they just rationalize the problem away, which is what we said in the diagram. So this tacit knowledge is, I say, within the individual, because we've picked it up as throughout our careers, whatever background we come from: medicine, emergency response, planning, leadership. And we hear a lot about, oh, the current pandemic is unprecedented. Well, again, as Dr. Rossi said, it's not unprecedented because we know about coronaviruses. So why didn't we treat it like a coronavirus? People did use their experience, and if they didn't know what it was, but they used universal precautions to actually protect themselves. So how do you protect yourself against TB or against Ebola? And that's they're the actions that people took out on the ground on the front line. Avoiding future shocks. So again, by using that experience, fusing it with your training and your education, we can actually develop ourselves as individuals and our teams to actually respond more appropriately and effectively against disasters and against the effects of disasters. And again, go back to learning from experience, reflection and reflexivity together, but continuously learning. And it's already been mentioned a few times today that global health and security are only as strong as the weakest partners. And we think back to those stories about Darfur and Syria, it really is thought-provoking. And all of these events we should have learned from, but did we? In actual fact, the only one that really comes up as being positive was the attack on the Skripals, the Novichok attack in Salisbury back in 2018. And it said that because of where it was in Salisbury, that's the reason why it was so successful, because next door is Porton Down, Winterbourne Gunner, Salisbury Hospital, and these guys are experts in CBRN hazards and defence. So to close, from our experience from our disaster response humanitarian action modules, these are the principles that we've been extracting from the students' work and from their feedback. And these are what we need to be focusing on. A lot has been spoken about intelligence and information today. Knowledge, you need intelligence to be able to use the knowledge and to be able to problem solve and to be able to create that decision advantage, or better still, superiority. And communication has been spoken about, networking and partnerships, all of that, and outreach by information activities, going back to CIMIC, I think is really important here as well. But the big message, I think, is that principles don't change. It's just the size and complexity of problems that do, or incidents that do. So if you stick to the principles, you should actually be able to fight your way through most of these issues. And we all know disaster response and humanitarian action principles. I'm not going to go into those in detail. But again, what comes up time and time again is lack of understanding of the all hazards or the multi-dimensional approach. We saw that in Ebola, the Ebola outbreak back in 2014, 2015. We've seen it since in the current pandemic. And this issue of buoyancy versus resilience, and you might want to discuss this in the chat later. And that's why I always use this this picture of the kids on the raft in Bangladesh, because they're buoyant. They're surviving. They're surviving to operate. They're not fighting to survive. Integrated multi-agency working. Not everybody has got all the assets and all the tools, and so we need to work together. And another big one, which again might be controversial and you might want to discuss in the chat, is the shibboleths versus the mavens. So the shibboleths are those people that go back to their concrete experience and they won't change, whereas the mavens are always forward-looking. They're innovative, they're entrepreneurs, and they're forging the way ahead. So enabling an effective response or capability by adopting social reality philosophy and mobilizing moral responsibility, I believe, is the way ahead. And I'd like to call this educational maneuver. And that is all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bates. It's a quite interesting project, and me and my colleagues are already impressed by the idea. We might have stolen some ideas from your presentation right now, especially when in terms of education and training, in terms of resilience. Thank you very much once again for being our guests. And now here in the studio, I will have the pleasure to present the next lecture. Dr. Walter David. He's contributing to CMDR COE since many years, and we are glad to have him here live in the studio. And I'm pleased to present his topic about the nexus between the climate change and mass migrations with the global security issues. So, Walter, I know that this nowadays is quite a big challenge, and it's quite difficult for not only for the single nation capabilities to cope with such kind of issues, but even for the global community to cope with that. So, how do you see that project nowadays, and how do you see the challenges in terms of the climate change? The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much for this invitation. Thank you, Orlin. This is not the first time I present in this Center of Excellence, and I like very much to be here because I feel the freedom in the streets. In Italy, we have to wear masks, face masks, also when walking the street. So it's very nice and pleasant to be here. Next slide.
Yes, could you please, yeah.
I want to go very, very fast because I know that I'm the last of the panel,
Yeah.
and everybody, I think you are a little bit tired. It has been very long and very, but this format is very interesting. Hybrid, I prefer, of course, face to face. Okay, let's go to the. In the first slide, you saw the name of the authors. So this presentation has been prepared as a paper that will be probably published in the proceedings, together with the International Organization of Migration, Irina Mugambwa, from working in Nigeria. She's not. Okay, in this slide, very, very quickly, you see some of the effects of the climate change, the global heating. Everybody realized that we have together the global heating and the environmental degradation is bringing more and more and larger disasters. Next slide, please. I go very fast. So the aim of this presentation is to discuss with you, because there is not so much in literature, and there is some, of course, experience from the humanitarian actors, workers. What could be the connections between these three phenomena that, of course, are connected with others, like urbanizations, like degradation of the environment, and so on. About climate change, conflict, and migration. So what is the effect of the climate on the conflict? Is there also vice versa an effect of the warfare on the environment? Maybe because infrastructure are destroyed, installations are destroyed, the pollutants in the air, and of course also like in Syria, attacks to crops, destruction of crops and farmers. And what is the effect of the climate on migration and asylum seekers? Next slide, please. So somebody like Abel, they tried to map and to design a conceptual model, but yes, it says it's valid, but as in the findings of Abel, he writes that it works for a short period of time, like the war in Syria or the MENA, the Middle East Arab Spring in a few years ago. But there is not so much empirical demonstration in literature. So next slide, please. I go faster. So, but what from the humanitarian perspective, I'm still active duty, but now I'm on holiday, I'm on leave, and when I'm on leave, I collaborate with the Ronin Institute and also with some United Nations agencies like the OCHA is the Office for Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs. And later I will show you also our new collaboration with the WHO about intelligence and IOM, of course. So what we are experiencing is the average duration of the humanitarian appeal increased. Now it's more than 7 years. There is a reduction in funding for humanitarian action. At the same time, there is the humanitarian needs are growing faster and faster, and the humanitarian system is not able to cope with that. Why? Because the donors they can pay projects with basically with donors funding. An example of one of the area, it was North Africa, that was also studied by NATO with this SFA, the Strategic Foresight Analysis, a few years ago. This is an example of the effects. You see the drought, and a very specific example is the Lake Chad. Lake Chad shrank and lost 90% of its waters. Lake Chad is is in the middle between Chad, Niger, Mali, Nigeria, Cameroon. So it's in a very, very strategic area. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so what is the first link between climate change and conflict? Okay, because there is not so much in literature, but what is the perception of the humanitarian officers is that conflict weakens the ability of the state, of the community to adapt to the environment that is changing. So especially countries, among the 20 countries that are more affected by climate change, 12, at least 12 are in conflict, internal conflict or international conflict. Also, fightings interfere with the environment because the destruction of infrastructures, as I said before, destruction of crops, flooding, and so on. Especially minorities. Minorities are they are neglected, especially by the state officials. State officials are not present everywhere, especially in vast regions of Africa or Asia. Also, sometimes they are corrupted. There is corruption. And of course they care very little about minorities. And their priority is to fight the war, if there is a war, not thinking about the environment. So indirectly also there is an increased risk of conflict. Why? For competition for scarce resources like water or mines or whatever, or also the displacement of people creates problems with in the neighboring regions. Next slide. And this is the link between climate change and migration. So usually displacement is internal and low term, but in many other, they of course they move because the degradation, they are not able to they don't have water for the animals, they don't have shoreline erosion. What they do, they have to find another way to live. So they tend to move in the neighboring regions, to shift to the coast or to the cities. So urbanization is another phenomenon. Especially in big cities or mega cities that are already affected by a lot of problems and very bad governance. Also, migration depends not only by the climate change or the conflict, but it depends also from the ability of the household to save some money to move, because you need also some money to migrate. Next slide. So what we can do, how we can prepare for climate change, for the impact, how we can reduce the impact, and what could the humanitarian organization do. Next slide. So there are basically two types of approach, but these two approaches, they have to work together. They complement each other. One is mitigation, and one is adaptation. Mitigation requires decades. So we have to reduce the greenhouse effect. We have to use more renewable energies and so on. Intelligent, smart cities. Change our habits, but this takes time, and of course we have to do. The other approach is that is complementary, is adaptation. So, for example, you remember the Aral Sea. Aral Sea was a sea, and now it's a small lake, and there is a desert. They start growing vegetation on the bed of the sea. Of course, nobody is able to recreate the sea that is gone. They try to adapt. Next slide. But both mitigation and adaptation requires strong political will. They require governance, because they need also the collaboration of the local population. For example, I showed before the Lake Chad. Lake Chad was not shrunk only because of the drought, but also because people started pumping water for irrigation, for cotton, and there are some types of vegetation like cotton that requires a lot of water. So maybe that is not the best place to. Also, they require collaboration among different organizations, humanitarian organizations. I'm almost concluding, and avoidance of duplication. So in United Nations, there is a concept that is it's called the triple nexus. So humanitarian HDP, humanitarian action, development, and peacekeeping nexus. So it's a way to try to exploit the synergies and to reduce duplications among these three different domains. Next slide, please. So this is from IOM in Nigeria. We are trying to help them. You see the next slide. So this is Borno and northeast Nigeria. I'm working on this scenario. So we had, you remember Boko Haram. You remember Boko Haram, also the guy was killed, but his group is still very active. They attacked the military bases. There is more than 2 million people displaced, internally displaced mostly, but there are some also refugees in the neighboring countries. And there are hundreds of official and non-official camps. Of course, the majority of affected people are women and children, as usual. And this conflict is very long. It's very long, and the pandemic, there is another dimension now, because even humanitarian action has been reduced. All humanitarian actors, they had to stop traveling, to stop. So a lot of work that now is done virtually, and the disease add some more complexity to some settings that are already very complex. Next slide, please. So the operational context is very difficult because there are humanitarian needs that are growing. More or less 9 million people requires humanitarian assistance, and the humanitarian security is very unpredictable because the continuous attacks from Boko Haram and ISIS, not only to the people, but also to humanitarian workers, for ransom, for kidnapping. Also the overcrowding of camps and the reduction of funding makes this very difficult to manage this situation. Next slide, please. And we are at the end. So, so this is a project that we started working at the end of April. So it's something very new. I chaired a session at the HPW conference organized by United Nations OCHA, and the Swiss government. So my session was focusing on the safeguarding population and the workers and the humanitarian workers from future medical threats and humanitarian security threats like terrorism. So I invited panelists from maybe not everybody knows that the WHO has an intelligence unit. It's called Epidemic Intelligence from open source. I invited them as panelists. There was also some people, somebody coming from Sofia, and we had also people from, of course, the IOM, from giving the live updates from Borno, because 2 days before Irina Bugambwa was in Borno, giving us the. So what we had the private sector support. So private sector is this company developed a platform that is called the Medical Intelligence Platform. It's explainable artificial intelligence. Basically, it was designed to investigate, to explore social media, local literature, scientific literature, libraries, open web, but they can go also in the deep web and in the dark web if necessary. Because of course it's a medical, but you can do also many other stuff. Depends from the users. Of course, in the UN we could not talk about dark web. But anyway, we focused we applied the platform specifically on the Borno region scenario. Live, so we put some keywords like Borno, Boko Haram, IDP camps, and so on. Focusing on two things. One is present and future medical threats. Also coming from tweets, from Facebook, from what the people is telling, and terrorist risk. And also this platform is able to produce analytics, of course, to integrate with the maps, with the GIS, and also to produce some stylometric analysis, of course, in order to understand if it was something written by a boy, a guy, a lady, and so on. And we use also for emotions. There are about 70 different types of emotions, like fear, stress, and sentiment analysis that could be also useful for a feedback for decision makers. So now we are. What is the WHO was very interested in this tool. They already started talking with the company that is Expert AI. They have a branch also in America. And we are also trying to operationalize, because finally IOM identified the two analysts that they could test this platform for humanitarian security. So Friday afternoon we will talk about that. And yes, so our aim was to help in taking just a tactical situation as an example, using something that you, of course, it's already known, it's already used for strategic health systems management and planning. Okay, this concludes my presentation. Thank you all for attention.
Thank you very much, Walter. It's a very interesting experience, and I'm pretty sure that people here, especially in the center, will be able just to discuss with you your experience and your projects that you are working on. And now I give the floor to Colonel Nikolov, our director, just to say some words about.
Thank you.
Gratitude for your contribution.
Thank you very much. Actually, it was very Okay. Can you hear me? Kyle, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Oh, okay. Then we can start the last panel. I'm really sorry for this delay. Maybe you don't know, but in the beginning of the conference, we have electricity blackout, and we delayed a lot with the timeline. That delay caused a lot of negative impacts as a climate change on the Earth for our conference. And unfortunately, Admiral Tamen left for the White House with some meeting, and that's why he will not presenting as a keynote speaker personally, but he was so good to provide his notes and to present on his behalf, and I will disseminate his notes. From that perspective, I will read the statements as a keynote on behalf of Rear Admiral John Tamen. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and good afternoon. I'm Rear Admiral John Tamen, Deputy Chief of Staff for Strategic Plans and Policy here at NATO's Allied Command Transformation in Norfolk, Virginia. Before we begin, I would like to thank the organizer of the Interagency Interaction in Crisis Management and Disaster Response Conference at the Crisis Management and Disaster Response Center of Excellence. From my perspective, your annual conference always offers an important opportunity to examine key emerging and established areas for how the Alliance responds to and engage with civilian partners in response to crisis. It is a privilege to be involved again, and it's not lost on me the exceptional talent we have gathered here today to discuss the impacts of climate change as they relate to NATO. As you know, climate change considerations are not new to NATO's military, but based on current trends and no impacts on our societies, global climate security has risen to increasing prominence in global security considerations. I don't think there is any argument against the fact that the accelerated effects of climate change are likely to have such a profound impact on the future security environment that it will become an exacerbating factor in many existing areas of instability. But we also need to consider the threat it presents to international peace and security in and of itself, as well as creating new vulnerabilities for our own armed forces. As weather patterns become increasingly volatile and severe weather events more commonplace, climate change represents a challenge throughout the Euro-Atlantic community, with no state remaining untouched from its effect. As a military, above all, we must protect our future freedom to operate. Our equipment, people, procedures, and infrastructure must be at the very forefront of military thinking when considering the threat posed by climate change. Climate-related threats on systems, gender, socioeconomic, infrastructure, and security will create strategic uncertainty, and the complexity will shape the ability of militaries to cope. Stressors resulting from migration, energy competition, infrastructure fragility, and regional competitions over food and water security could serve as a catalyst for tension, possibly leading to conflict. The Arctic represents a good example of how the impacts of climate change will influence the future operation environment. We see a region undergoing an enormous amount of transformation, with access increasing rapidly. There is potential for new strategic and commercial sites and corridors to emerge in the region, to the extent that this can be leveraged within political and military instruments of power. This is particularly significant for NATO and the security of the Euro-Atlantic area, as it will influence the alliance's freedom to operate as well as generate strategic uncertainty. Secondly, what is certain is that summer sea ice, based on all current models, in the next 20 years will essentially be gone, and permafrost significantly reduced. The clear implication is geopolitical reset, with the region becoming increasingly important not only to Arctic nations, but to nations across the globe, rising concern over governance, management, and security. So what does this mean for the alliance in the region? It means that NATO must position itself in such a way as to reinforce the existing Arctic governance architecture while improving its understanding of environmental, social, and commercial transformation of the region, as well as Russia and Chinese strategic and economic ambitions. Equally, the joint NATO force will need to prepare for potential conflict and sustainment in rapidly changing conditions. Operational advantage will come to those who can adapt to environmental change and are prepared for regional tensions to escalate even while working to maintain peace and stability. More broadly, the rapidly changing climatic conditions within which the alliance will conduct future operations will present an increasingly complex security risk. Many regions across the globe are already fragile, with the physical environment only becoming more unforgiving and the impact to human security more acute. NATO's military will need to understand climate-related warning signals and their impacts to remain operationally effective. The ability to maintain freedom of operations and maneuver across the globe will be paramount, and advantage will only come to those that adapt and prepare their forces to meet this challenge. Defense will need to innovate, ensuring its equipment, people, and infrastructure are both agile and resilient. To do so, adaptation and resilience measures must be led from the top and consistently applied across all aspects of the military instrument of power. NATO's military should adopt the approach of constant awareness and adaptation and, where possible, mitigate climate-related impacts, reflecting the reality of the changing security environment and mounting evidence. Finally, NATO defense must be agile and alive to non-military and commercial advancement, leveraging innovation and working closer with the private sector to develop meaningful solutions. The first of two emerging work strands is closely related to the preparation of the alliance to climate change through the proposed NATO Climate Change and Security Action Plan and informed by a comprehensive military stock taking of all climate-related activities. The goal of this document is to establish a baseline for consideration of climate change as a security challenge. Secondly, NATO's efforts to cultivate a more resilient alliance have direct reverberations in assisting the alliance in meeting the challenges related to the climate change. NATO's war-fighting capstone concept promotes the imperative for layered resilience across the alliance. Work on the associated layered resilience concept is still maturing, but the effort towards developing a more resolute alliance in meeting any challenge has direct benefits in meeting the moment on climate change. There are multiple smaller work strands in the layered resilience concept, but it becomes critical to note every effort towards empowering the alliance to meet any moment also assists in addressing climate-derived challenges and crises. Creating more robust infrastructure for responding to any crisis serves the alliance and allies equally in meeting extreme weather events, sea level rise, and operations in increasingly extreme environments. Finally, I will close by saying that any potential NATO climate change and resilience security agenda or considerations should encompass measures that not only increase our awareness of the security implications and adapt the force so that freedom of maneuver is maintained, but also ensure NATO can still defend the alliance. Again, I thank you all for your attention and look forward to any comments or questions you may have. That was the notice of the Admiral Tamen. Thank you, actually, Admiral, for your politeness and understanding about the situation. of course, your questions to Admiral, we will transfer to him directly. Now, let's continue with the next presenter. Because actually we should finish 1 hour ago. I'm really sorry for this one, but sometimes happens. Let's start with Mr. Kyle King. Kyle, I directly will give the floor to you. Even I will skip, I will say some notes about you. He is founder and managing director of Capacity Building International. He spent 28 years in the emergency services international security field, with 8 of those years being with NATO. Certified in the US Department of Defense as a chief fire officer, he helped design and build the first international DoD fire and emergency services certification program for international students, and also served as the first civil emergency advisor to support NATO operation. Currently, Mr. King is focused on supporting the Institute for Security Governance and international programs, as well as being seconded to the Organization for Security Cooperation in Europe. Thank you, Kyle, and thank you for your patience to stay in the last panel. That is the not so attractive to be in the last panel, and really thank you for understanding. The floor, not to lose more time, the floor and screen is yours.
Thank you, Colonel. Good afternoon, everybody. As previously mentioned, my name is Kyle King. I'm the Managing Director of Capacity Building International, and happy to be here today on behalf of the Institute for Security Governance, where we currently work to support the ISG in terms of international efforts to build capacities in civil, military, and emergency preparedness. I won't belabor the point, but we are, of course, Colonel, a resilient organization, so we will continue even though we're running late. And I will work through some of the content, most of which has already been shared today, but I will go ahead and work through these points rather quickly so that we can really get to the point, which is about projecting resilience. And this is something I wanted to bring a little bit of a different angle to our discussions today. So with the theme of this conference being climate change implications on military activities and specifically enhancing resilience in the aspects of climate change, I wanted to provide a different perspective of climate change and security implications for the Alliance. To do that, we must first acknowledge that climate security is a growing concern and has been for a while. Second, we must also acknowledge that ongoing efforts to enhance our own national capabilities towards resilience, as well as our renewed efforts to build more resilient communities and enhance societal resilience in the wake of various natural disasters, crisis, and infrastructure failures. And I would like to highlight that climate security is a global issue, as we all know, but resilience is not just intrinsic to NATO member nations, but that allies are impacted substantially by existential threats and conditions created on NATO's periphery. Problems which are normally managed through civilian crisis management mechanisms will then require the use of military capabilities due to size, complexity, or resource constraints. And frankly, threats and conditions that will continue to increase over time, both in size and frequency, in parallel with the effects of climate change leading to conditions such as water and food insecurity, or even economic migration, much of which we have heard about today. But to start, I'd like to set a baseline of understanding where we have come thus far in terms of official recognition of climate change and security, at least from the US perspective. And for the purposes of this presentation, I will simply focus on the national security level. Every worldwide threat assessment report from the US Defense Intelligence Agency since 2013 has addressed climate threats. Dozens of reports have been issued by the Army, Marines, Navy, Air Force, and Coast Guard addressing both the vulnerability of military assets and bases to climate change and the regional climate challenges the US military may face in the Middle East, Africa, the Arctic, the Pacific, and elsewhere. These assessments go up through June 2019 and are updated from January 2019 with the most recent National Intelligence Strategy of the United States from the Office of the Director of National Intelligence was released, specifically stating, as you can see on the slide here, increasing migration and urbanization of populations are also further straining the capacities of governments around the world and are likely to result in further fracturing of societies. And I think that's a key term there. Potentially creating breeding grounds for radicalization, which we've already heard about today, Pressure points including growing influxes of migrants, refugees, and internally displaced persons fleeing conflict zones, areas of intense economic or other resource scarcity, and areas threatened by climate changes, infectious disease outbreaks, or transnational criminal organizations. At this point, we openly acknowledge that we are going to be subject to external forces as a result of climate change and growing insecurity as a result. But climate change and its threats are far-reaching and widely considered a threat multiplier, exacerbating existing situations and generating instability. As much as the acknowledgement of climate security implications has grown in recent years, so has the effort to introduce and build resilience in our own societies. To keep things simple, I will distill down all the various programs into two schools of thought towards building societal resilience. One, we may consider a systems-based approach, which would focus on our national efforts towards infrastructure, critical systems, mitigation programs, and funding, which you could see here on the right side of the slide. In terms of national military capability, this would include military basing and mitigating any degradation of military capabilities due to disaster and/or climate-related emergencies. In terms of NATO resilience requirements, this essentially covers a number of them to include continuity of government and critical government services, energy supplies, the ability to deal with mass casualties, telecommunications networks, and transportation systems. So this is very much a systems-based approach, top-down in nature, with an overarching goal of enhancing the framework that supports our population. The second option, working in parallel with the first, we could consider a community-based approach. A systems approach is more technical in nature and focused on continuity, service delivery, and hardening of infrastructure. The community-based approach is about education, communication, and preparedness at the family and neighborhood level, which was also mentioned by my colleague, Joel Thomas from Spin Global. For the military, this would also apply to some extent as military installations are rarely standalone islands and are surrounded by communities and families of service members. In fact, the military often services the communities in which they live. And this is where we find the bottom-up approach and one where community engagement, relationships, public leadership, and governance influence our resiliency efforts. But why is this relevant to NATO? Climate-related emergencies spanning across borders is relevant, as we've already discussed. And as previously mentioned in national assessments, the fracturing of societies will impact our own national security. In this case, the alliance has always been the sum of its parts, meaning the alliance's strength is derived from its member states and capabilities. If those capabilities, regardless of whether they are civilian or military, are degraded and cannot support more significant alliance requirements, then NATO capability overall as an alliance is undermined. This, of course, emphasizes the need to enhance resilience in member states, and in doing so will collectively enhance NATO's overall resilience. This is not a new concept if we're thinking in terms of defense capabilities. Still, as shown on the previous slide, it is in a very simplified view, there are two areas and two ideas of how to enhance resilience. There's little overlap between, for example, core military and defense capabilities and community public education programs, disaster risk reduction, or community emergency preparedness. There is a lot of emphasis on the systems-based approach and building resilience through critical infrastructure, for example. But we see the main effort of building resilience falls upon the civilian and private sector. From my point of view, that is a crucial aspect to consider when we discuss NATO's periphery and climate security-related instability, especially when we consider the impact of fractured societies and the impact on NATO nations. We must acknowledge that not all nations are equally prepared as NATO member states. Climate change leading to food and water insecurity, resource-driven conflict, all will lead to internally displaced persons and mass migration. When thinking about NATO resiliency baselines, this would include the ability to deal with uncontrolled movement of populations and food and water resources. So while building our own national resilience in both systems and communities, we also need to consider the impact of these fractured societies on our nations and how to address them with the tools available in NATO. Due to the nature of climate change, this is becoming more relevant as we continue to face larger, more frequent and complex emergencies. I think we can all see a space or time where there will be a merge of capabilities between both civilian and military to ensure a whole of government approach, at least domestically in our nations, and to some extent that is already happening with the pandemic. That would lead me to the question of how are we merging these civilian and military capabilities beyond our borders? And while these complex emergencies are a national responsibility, they often are cross-border and involving multiple nations, international organizations, and significant levels of cooperation. Looking at the efforts of the EADRCC, EU Civil Protection Mechanism, and UN-OCHA in recent years reveals greater and more diverse response efforts. But there are additional complexities that I would like to draw your attention to and introduce that impact the overall alliance efforts in some form or function to draw a parallel between what we do at home and what happens internationally. As we have discussed, climate change and climate security issues are the new norm for our societies at home and abroad. And in this specific example, we see a prolonged and persistent drought in California, exacerbating in water and food insecurity for the lower social and income classes, and significant economic losses in the billions of dollars over 2 years. Generally speaking, this is a persistent condition that is going to be exacerbated by climate change and in short cause a migration of persons to more viable areas or just significant investment in infrastructure and resource programs in hopes of mitigating future droughts. In this specific example, we use California droughts, but one could also point to growing wildfires in California, energy security in Texas, or winter storms in New York in recent years. And now looking at a similar scenario with a different outcome. Due to the multiplier effect of climate change and security with the possibility of creating instability, we can look towards Crimea, where there has been an increased rhetoric over a water shortage on the peninsula in recent months. In this case, one significant and critical difference in the scenarios is the fear and possibility of using military force to secure water supplies. In this scenario, the Russian Federation would advance further into Ukraine and specifically into the Kherson region to guarantee a water supply for what they perceive as an ethnic Russian population. For the purposes of this discussion, the root cause of water insecurity is driving two different outcomes. One with military aggression, in which in specific scenarios could pose a threat to NATO partners or contact countries. The key points are the complexity and the instability created with water and resource security could also be used as a catalyst for military action. While conditions on the surface appear similar in water shortage and environmental concerns, the underlying causes and outcomes are drastically different. In this case, water has been weaponized. The population suffers and then instability can occur. The conflict itself led to over 1.5 million internally displaced persons, which is over 3% of the population of Ukraine, which already exceeds what some of our own nations are able to manage and plan for, which is approximately 2%. The question then becomes, how can we enhance NATO's periphery as a means to strengthen partner or contact nations in advance of such scenarios to both parties' benefit? While we develop our own resilient societies, what are we doing to enhance resilience on the periphery in contact nations or nations that are considered more at risk? Are we considering that maybe we are not moving 2% of our own population, for example, but in fact managing 2% of another nation's population as a result of migration? If we were to look at parallel efforts and not only working internally, but externally, we could reach a multiplier effect on our own resiliency investments. On one hand, we have a partner nation that we could work with to increase their own capabilities. And on the other, NATO nations and partners will be less impacted by large population movements, mass migration, and climate security related threats. It's a net gain for both nations and regions. So in 2016, NATO first coined the term projecting stability. By stressing their commitment to projecting stability, allied leaders underlined that despite the deteriorating security conditions, NATO is not moving away from its comprehensive approach to security, leaving behind cooperative security and crisis management. In my opinion, even though it's been only a short amount of time, I believe we have moved even beyond that idea, and we have evolved even further. Climate change can lead to an international crisis, prolonged and chronic resource issues, and degrading military capabilities. Having our partner's security architecture collapse only serves to amplify the impact upon the alliance. In concrete terms, this would mean building partner security is a wise investment and also ensures risk is spread across multiple nations. Enhancing NATO's periphery and building more resilient partners only strengthens NATO's overall capacity to respond to and manage crisis. However, this requires a more adaptive model and the use of shared knowledge and experiences, as we have discussed here today with all these various examples, and also in terms of both systems and communities. COEs, for example, need to be a mechanism to deliver knowledge in the country, not just for courses, but also as advisory teams to partners, as well as operational areas. Knowledge sharing can occur in parallel to development. There is no need to wait years to share knowledge when a partner can be a beneficiary and, when applied, strengthens the alliance overall. We should also explore better integration of civilian and military resources, academic, scientific, and civilian capacities to provide a whole of government approach to complex institutional capacity building problems. And as a final thought, as with any mitigation program in emergency management, this is a long-term investment, and measuring outcomes in terms of resources, money, effects, etc., will be very hard. Resilience is hard to measure, especially at the community level, which is why systems-based approaches are so popular. It's easier to build infrastructure than to build a culture of preparedness. And we will have challenges in measuring a return on our investment, unless something catastrophic happens, of course. But we do know that if nothing changes, the outcomes will be worse. And that's why, from any view, additional investment in institutional capacity building, integration of academic and civilian resources, very early on, and over time will net the best results. Our challenge, it seems, as my final thought, is that we need to change our mindset from one of response to one of mitigation. And that's a significant challenge for all of us. And so that concludes my presentation, Colonel, and I'll turn that back over to you. If anybody's interested in the Institute for Security Governance, please reach out to Mr. Scott Moreland. He's Emergency Management Resilience Function Lead, and you can learn more about what the ISG does at the website there. And of course, if you have any questions for me, my information is there as well. Thank you, Colonel.
Thank you, Kyle, for that great presentation. I directly will give you the questions. Please upload again the presentation, the pre-last slide, not the last, the previous slide. About sure. You are talking that for me it's actually interesting. Do we have any national plan how to manage with these climate change issues? You mentioned about water supply, very interesting in Crimea, and you're talking about the integration of civilian military resources. Yes, exactly about this one. It's clear about the use of shared knowledge and experience, but integration of civilian military resources, in my opinion, is more how to separate obligations according in different areas where civilian or military has resources. Integration of civilian military resources put you very fast to a little bit say some words. What you mean? How to integrate, for example, sure. Military and civilian. In civilian and military is okay for me.
Sure, no, absolutely. So one of the challenges that we often face in terms of the integration of these capabilities is in the construct and the makeup of these teams. And so we have opportunities to be able to look at the use of academic expertise, look at partner universities. You know, just because it's part of a NATO element that moves forward, or it's a collaborative effort with other international organizations, it doesn't mean that NATO necessarily has to be in the lead. But I think what is important to do is to create a forum, right? Create a forum to where everybody does have a shared responsibility, we could say that, but at least we're able to bring different partners together on the table, because everybody will have their own sort of mandate restraints, technical restraints, and budgetary constraints. But if we can bring everybody to the table in some type of resiliency forum to at least engage with partner nations, then partner universities, EU twinning programs, and different international programs can come together within their own sort of mandate and within their resources and capabilities and sit around the table and address these issues. And when I say that, I think one of the challenges is that while we're focused internally on the development of building our own resilient communities, we can in parallel share that knowledge as we're learning. And so we can grow effectively together, because we are, in fact, we need the nations on our periphery to be just as resilient as we are, so that they can serve as sort of a buffer, if we could say that. Yes. But I think that you're absolutely right. It's difficult to negotiate all of those and bring those together, because I think it's often confused of who is in the lead. And if we can get behind, who's in the lead and just create a forum, we might be more effective.
Yes, thank you, Kyle. Yeah, absolutely agree with you. We should start immediately to share our knowledge, especially, and our experience in order to use both for civilian and military. Thank you. Please stay online. I'm starting with the next presenter, Mr. Steve Frecker and Dr. Joe Green from PDC Hawaii. Steve Frecker is a staff advisor for humanitarian assistance and disaster relief initiatives with the Pacific Disaster Center. Steve's previous positions include security policy assignments with the State Department, Department of Defense, and in academia. From 2006 until April 2009, Steve directed the Center for Homeland Security at the University of Colorado Springs. He is on the editorial review board of 4 peer-reviewed journals: Homeland Security, Risk Hazards and Crisis in Public Policy, Homeland Security Education, and Human Security and Resilience, and continues as a frequent guest lecturer on civil security topics, as well in our conference. He is every year here with us. Steve, please, the screen is yours.
Good, thank you. Thank you, Colonel. So on behalf of Dr. Joe Green and the Pacific Disaster Center, thank you again for the invitation to present. Look forward to questions that come up after our presentation. Colonel, again, excellent conference so far. I've taken
Steve, just I would like to ask you if it's possible to make it in power mode.
Very good.
Because I see notes. Yes.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Colonel. So a lot of good notes, and I want to play off of Kyle's most recent presentation. Kyle really talked about issues that are near and dear to how we see ourselves in a role of supporting not only our own countries, but also countries on the periphery. My presentation, I think we'll talk a little bit about how to understand climate change as a problem and what we might look at, what kind of data we might look at to make a difference in this space. So the Pacific Disaster Center has developed a fragility profile, and listening to the remarks, Colonel, that you read from Admiral Tammen, the notion of fragility strikes really at the heart of that. As we look at how we as NATO respond to events, how we protect our interests, how we serve our missions, the notion that Kyle raised of how we deal with a fracturing society seems most related. I have several slides here. I will go through them, not in great detail. Everyone will have an opportunity to have these slides after, but a couple of key points here. As we look at a nation's fragility and therefore what we might do to minimize that fragility, we've come up with three different components. The first is natural hazard risk, so the climate change aspect and how it impacts natural hazard risk. But there's also risk from conflict, of course, and risk from non-state malign actors. And so as we look at civil society and its ability to respond to and recover from any of these areas, we need to take a look at all three of these pieces together. We can't look at conflict separately from natural hazard risk or from non-state actor risk. I'm going to use an example from the Pacific region and a project that we just completed for the U.S. Indo-Pacific Command. So the focus, of course, is not on NATO countries and NATO region, but I hope you'll find value as we look at understanding risk, exposure, fragility, and vulnerability in this context. And so this is a quick profile. It's a summary of natural hazard risk in the region. It may be a little hard to see the categories, the scale, but for the darkest colors are very high risk, and it goes down to low risk. So you see India and Nepal with high or very high risk. You look at Myanmar, Bangladesh, very high risk. You see China with moderate risk, although it's at top on the scale. Again, that's natural hazard risk. That study further breaks down by each of the 36 countries in the region, the area of responsibility worked by U.S. Indo-PACOM or Indo-Pacific Command. And it categorizes these by a natural hazard risk. Then as we step back and look at specifically climate-related impacts, and Kyle had some of this information on his slide, but for Ukraine, so we look at risks and related impacts based on wind, flooding, storm surge, wildfire. So we look at the number of people impacted, and we look at the economic infrastructure that is potentially under threat. So part of risk, whether we look at climate change or malign actor influence or conflict risk, is looking at exposure. And specifically here for climate change, we see, and not surprisingly, in the Indo-Pacific region, climate plays a big role in how many of these countries are impacted and what risk they face. Then we compare that to how we look at vulnerability. Now, vulnerability is made up of things like access to information, access to clean water, so the ability, healthcare, for example. So as we look at risk, we're also looking at the impact, the ability of a population to cope. That'll be the next slide. But vulnerability in terms of its ability to recover from an event. And we'll see some of the same countries in each of these areas. So again, Myanmar, Nepal, top of the list for vulnerability, for coping capacity, Myanmar, Papua New Guinea. And so as we look at these very general categories, we begin to understand, okay, we have an instinct. We have a general sense that, of course, Myanmar it's a poorer country. There's a lot of potential for natural hazard. It's on the coast, so there are climate change impacts. But the aspect here we want to get to is what drives that and how can we make a difference? So we know these things already, right? We have a sense of it. I'm sure I'm not sharing information that's surprising anyone. We combine that information on vulnerability and coping capacity with also gender responsiveness. And this really gets to gender equality issues, gender empowerment, and exposure. So parts of the population, whether it's male or female, but how they're exposed to the risks and how they are empowered to meet their own needs. Again, seeing some of the same countries at the top. I'm going to go a little bit deeper now into a national profile with India. So as we look at fragility, again, we're really aiming towards what are we going to do about it, right? But as we look at fragility, we see in each of these categories, so in vulnerability, natural hazard risk, conflict risk, malign actor susceptibility risk, it drives India as the 4th highest in the region in terms of fragility. And to Kyle's point, when we look at building our own strength, our own resilience, and sharing best practices, but it helps to know once we get down what's driving the fragility and where we can make a difference in investment or sharing knowledge, education programs, training programs, healthcare, et cetera. So the next 2 slides very quickly look at the series of themes that get to, and then the indicators that get to where we might understand what makes India vulnerable, what makes the coping capacity so low. So we see, for example, on disease interventions is an issue under vulnerable healthcare, an information access population without internet and adult illiteracy, and impacts their ability for coping as well. Some additional indicators, as well as we start to look at the vulnerability index. And then finally, how we think about it, what recommendations might we then look to? So as we pull out, and let me just go back a slide. As we pull out activities, once we know that disease intervention is a major issue, malnutrition is a major issue, internet, adult illiteracy, then we can start to look at programs. We can look for third-party donors, work with the UN, work with other allied nations to make a difference in those particular areas. Rather than funding something by building a new school or building a new emergency operations center, we look to how do we provide additional internet outlets throughout the country to increase coping capacity and reduce vulnerability. This is where we came up with results and recommendations for Indo-Pacific Command. So the top 3 projects we recommended were to address gaps in disease treatment, look at ways partnering with other agencies, countries, international organizations to address malnutrition, and look at education programs to increase literacy. Again, those may seem common sense, but once you look at the science behind it and you can suggest exact projects to deal with those, then you are being at the most efficient and get to that aspect of, okay, if we reduce vulnerability, we increase coping capacity, we make that country, that region, our friends, our allies, at whatever part of the world, less susceptible to malign actors. And again, back to Kyle's point, if we're looking at Ukraine and Crimea, if we're working on water access issues, if we're able to provide some means to understand what's driving the insecurity, then we can look at investing in ways to mitigate that. I've shortened that considerably. I would like to, again, make sure that everyone has access to sharing to have access to those slides. Those are shared, and additional information regarding the way we look to get the right data to understand the indicators where we can actually, at the very lowest level, where we can take action. Colonel, back over to you, and glad to follow up with a question now or later on in the chat.
Yes, thank you, Steve, for this presentation. There are a lot of questions which we should ask ourselves, and how to develop, and you have a lot of answers also, but I'm sure that your research will continue deeply in and to make an analysis. I saw that you're looking that there is some kind of relation between climate change impacts on, if you can say, poor or rich countries. There are different measures, of course, but what will happen? I could give you an example with Netherlands, for example. What will happen if the flood is going over half of the country? How we will proceed with this one? Is this similar like in India, for example, from that perspective, or we should make another focus or something else?
Thank you, Colonel. Very good point. I think part of why we look at climate change impacts, there are two pieces, the major pieces, or many sub pieces, of course. One is what it does to blue forces, allied nations, our infrastructure, our operations, and how we work in the operating environment. The other, and really the focus of my presentation, but again, at a future time, glad to talk more broadly, is how we look at those nations that we already know are vulnerable, that have low coping capacity for anything that happens. And that's where climate change has the greater impact. One of the good presentations in panel 2 this morning discussed that climate change is not the determining factor, but rather it's something that's contributing to something that already exists, a problem that already exists. And so as we look at mitigating those impacts of climate change, we're really driving down to not climate change itself that's happening, but rather how do we improve healthcare systems at a city, a village, a large community level, a state level, a country level? How do we improve things like healthcare, education, literacy, so that country is more resilient? Again, back to several points made earlier, both by Admiral Taman, by Kyle just recently, earlier presenters, Dr. David, et cetera, that talked exactly to those points. We need to increase resiliency. My point, and what we do at the Pacific Disaster Center, is understand at the finest level of detail, where can we increase resiliency? How do we reduce vulnerability and coping capacity? Thank you, Colonel, for your time.
Thank you, Steve, for this one. And my invitation is again to continue to collaborate together with Pacific Disaster Center, and I would like really to start some common project and to continue to work on the climate change issues, maybe next year or in short period for 2-3 years, to start some kind of project and to see in different countries on different global or different part of the earth how is going and what is because now we are looking in Europe more or close to the Europe. You're looking on the other side, globe side, and I think that we can merge our efforts and to continue to work together. Thank you very much, Steve, and also to Dr. Joe Green, who is your co-author. I would like to continue with the next presenter, our friend, Mr. William Banham. Some very short, do you have presentation? Mr. William is a deputy head of the NATO Euro-Atlantic Disaster Response Coordination Center. Passionate analyst, it's really passionate. I'm witness of this one. Analyst, developer, certified drone pilot, and photographer. Actually, I already presented Mr. William. Actually, I have another picture, very interesting. It's more close to. Okay, doesn't matter. He is talking about NATO Euro-Atlantic Disaster Response Coordination ready to address climate change. And it's very interesting, this point. We are working together with WIM for the project for exercise in the Republic of North Macedonia. And next week, even we can share our thoughts about the climate change. Wim, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, sir. And I'm very worried now about what this other picture might be that you have of me.
You're looking more on Bruce Willis, actually.
Without further ado, I'm going to dive immediately into my presentation, if you don't mind, because it's been a long day. I'm going to look at climate change from NATO's civil emergency response mechanism. So the EDRCC primarily deals with the civil authorities in both allied and partner nations. That being said, if it wasn't clear yet, even yesterday, after the foreign ministers and the defense ministers meeting, our NATO Secretary General, Jens Stoltenberg, iterated that although NATO is not in the lead when it comes to combating climate change, we do need to understand and we do need to contribute in dealing with the security implications of that climate change, of course. So how does all this affect the Euro-Atlantic Disaster Response Coordination Center? Well, basically, we can immediately, out of the box, deal with the calamities coming forward from climate change. As usual, our mission statement remains the same. We are there to facilitate civil and military support in response to natural and man-made disasters, crisis, and Article 5. And that also covers everything that could erupt, I would say, from climate change and disasters from climate change, like extreme weather and so on and so forth. So how does that relate into tasks? Well, we have 3 tasks when it comes to climate change that we can rely on. First and foremost is our clearinghouse mechanism, where we do coordinate requests and offers for international assistance. And our requests, when coming in from 70 nations and UN OCHA, are disseminated to more than 500 points of contact around the world. Allied nations, partner nations, and many, many international organizations. We do not coordinate, we do not command, we only coordinate. So the stricken nation or the stricken nations always remain in full control of who comes onto their territory to help. With these requests and offers for assistance, we've been NATO's focal point for COVID-19. So everything COVID-19 where NATO was involved has gone through the hands of the EDRCC. So that basically brings me to the second task of us, which is to exchange information with international organizations. And that's what we've done. Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic and before also, of course, we try to be complementary with other international organizations. We don't go into competition. We don't go into a competition with ERCC to get the first boots on the ground when it comes to responding to a disaster, but we'd rather seek where we can complement each other and make sure that assets are used at maximum efficiency. And then our third task when it comes to and where we can help resilience against climate change is to promote interoperability through joint training and exercises. I'll very quickly dig in each of these tasks just to give you an overview of how simple it is to engage with EDRCC and be helped by others from the international community. So requesting assistance through the EDRCC is very simple. Usually it takes 3 steps. First, you consult with your neighbors if they can help you. When it goes above the head of yourself and your neighbors, then you go and reach out to international organizations, such as the EDRCC. We then coordinate with the stricken nation and with international organizations and all allies and partners, this international coordination. And then hopefully soon, one of those parties can provide assistance to the stricken nation and keeps us in the loop. So very simple process. In 3 steps, you can basically go from having a complete disaster to being assisted by several nations from the region or from across the world. How difficult is it to request assistance? Very simple. An email suffices to the EDRCC with some key information that we need to order and to disseminate to the nations. So we need an assessment of the disaster, of course. We need to have the identified requirements. What do you want others to bring to your country? What do you need most urgently assistance with? And that can go from an earthquake to flooding, to a technology blackout because of extreme weather, space weather, you name it, it can be dealt with through the EDRCC and responded by the international community. So we work together with a lot of international organizations, and that's an important part of what we do. Is like with CMDR COE, reach out, tell who we are, what we do, because we do believe that the EDRCC is not the first chosen option for nations when it comes to disaster response. We know that. But we do have one thing, we have the force behind us. So if the catastrophe is big enough, we can count on the military and the military assets that can be engaged for bringing relief to the stricken nation. And so that message we try to share with the international community too. And on this slide, you see a couple of them, but of course, very important interlocutors for us are UN OCHA and the European community, several agencies and directorates within that European community. The World Food Programme, for example, we've coordinated airlift during COVID-19 for UN OCHA. That's why we have also a very good relationship with them. That brings me to COVID-19, and you will wonder why COVID-19 in a presentation on climate change. Well, because COVID-19 was really an eye-opener within the organization to tackle something that is sudden, because over the past year, we've received 26 requests for international assistance. Compared to the 20 years before that, where we had 72 in total over 20 years, then I think 26 in 1 year's time is quite a lot. We've also helped fund and respond using the Pandemic Response Trust Fund, 20 nations with projects. So quite a lot of international assistance given the indirect support to COVID-19. The organization has also prepared Operations Allied Hand, an operations plan that allows us to, without much bureaucracy, engage with the military, ACO and ACT as needed to bring relief support or to provide, for example, airlift. And then on the longer term, we have developed a pandemic response plan that could eventually also be used for dealing with climate change response. So that learned us that the EDRCC, when in peacetime, is only really a three-man strong team. Right now, we have 2 international staff members. We have 1 voluntary national contribution from Azerbaijan, and we have 2 temporary hires. So coping with, for example, COVID-19 or a significant climate change disaster would not be able to be dealt with by 3 or 5 people. So we first would prioritize our tasks. Secondly, consult with other divisions within NATO headquarters. And then, as we did with COVID-19, we start embedding liaison officers from all relevant sources within the EDRCC. Again, for example, having regular meetings with the EU in order to complement rather than compete with each other to make sure that the assets are used. And that's where liaison officers become very handy, of course, because the information goes from one source to the other directly. And then finally, we can also count on personal augmentation. We have several mechanisms to augment the EDRCC with personnel, like we did in COVID-19, where we at a certain moment, last year, we were 26 staff working on a 365, 24/7 basis to cope with the crisis. So all that can also immediately be applied to a request for international assistance evolving from something that happened because of climate change, of course. And Kyle mentioned it in his presentation. We have to bring together the civilians and the militaries around the table. They have to be interoperable. They have to know each other. They have to know what the assets are and how they can communicate with one another, because military speak is very different from civilian speak in the world. So let me quickly go through our NATO exercises. The last one that we had was in Serbia. We brought together 2,000 participants from 40 nations. Out of those 40 nations, 22 brought teams on the ground, and they practiced together on interoperability, teaching each other how things are done for 555 hours. So an average of 25 hours and more per team. So that's where it comes all together, and that's where we, as the EDRCC, I think, bring a real asset to the civilian and the military community of offering the space to test technology, to test interoperability, and to test the host nation's resilience mechanisms. Is everything in place, for example? So let's turn to the exercise that you already mentioned, Colonel Nikolov, which is North Macedonia 2021. We are in full speed now to make it happen. After having postponed it twice, we now have our final planning conference the week of the 14th of June, and we will meet next week to discuss all this and to prepare for it. So the 2 coming weeks are crucial in the planning of the exercise, and to get the feedback from the nations to see what they want to test, what interoperability, what mechanisms, and so on and so forth. The exercise will be held from 20 to 23rd September 2021. So international organizations and nations who are interested in participating, please do not hesitate to contact me. And of course, the CMDR COE always offers their premises and their knowledge to us for our Lessons Identified conference in Sofia, which will be early 2022. So, as I said, we are trying to bring it all together, civil and military. So with North Macedonia 2021, we will try to build resilience in North Macedonia in order to improve their capacity to deal with disasters, both in preparedness, planning, prevention, and response. We will also practice the Memorandum of Understanding on vital cross-border. So what do you do when you have a disaster at stake and you need foreign emergency medical teams? Can the doctors handle your citizens? Can they work on your citizens? Or worse, can they bring medicine? Can they bring paramedics? Because all over the world, the degrees of the paramedics are different, of course. So all that is what we test during our exercises. And it has led more than once already to a change into the constitutional system of the host nations in making sure that when a disaster hits, they are capable of accepting foreign emergency medical teams. And the third thing that we will test during our exercise in North Macedonia is the next generation incident command system. It is actually a tool developed by 6 nations in cooperation with the Science for Peace and Security of the Emergency Challenges and Security Division in our NATO headquarters, to have a tactical and a strategic overview when dealing with a disaster in your country. So to have a full situational awareness picture of what is happening and how you're dealing with the crisis. We will, and I'm going very fast here, we will have a limited field exercise. We will have a tabletop exercise in which we can discuss all the mechanisms, and an important part of this tabletop exercise will be dedicated to civil-military coordination and to CIMIC in general. So we're looking forward to discuss this with international organizations. For example, what do you do when you have at 200 kilometers distance a military team ready with the capability that you need. And at 5,000 kilometers distance, a civil team. Right now, we know that the United Nations will prefer to get the civilians in rather than the military. So we, I think, have a role in facilitating this and making sure that assets are used optimally. You would win time, you would will logistical efforts if you brought in the military who were only 200 kilometers away rather than the civilians at 5,000 kilometers. And we also will have a VIP symposium, again, to discuss civil military support to a civil emergency, which includes one that could cover several nations and be the result of a climate change, and also what we have learned from our disaster response under COVID-19. So when it's not straightforward to deliver assistance, how can we make that happen in the future more easily? Just to show you some of the exercise elements that we practice during our exercises. You see their technology blackout could perfectly be from extreme space weather where all of your internet is taken out, and we try to solve that with new technology. Military support to civilians. You will notice that I have highlighted in red the virus outbreak. That's not to highlight the virus outbreak. That is something we wanted to exercise during our exercise, but we've decided that we haven't had enough practical experience over the last year, so we won't do that during our exercise this year. But things like fake news and disinformation will also be part of actors, malign actors, in when you are dealing with the repercussions of climate change. So we try to incorporate all that into our exercises. And with that, I will leave it, given the limited time we have and the time it is currently. And I hand back the floor to you, sir.
Yes, exactly this picture. I like this picture. I like this picture. Thank you, Wim. What we understood is we should actually the ERDCC is very important part of the NATO. As you mentioned, you are not the first, but I think that you are the last sometimes saving resort for the nations, because you provide, you coordinate, you exchange, and you promote interoperability, which is very important. I'm interested about the new start. I'm interested about how you will organize the next exercise after North Macedonia. And I hope that we will have time to discuss and how to include new points and new softwares and new tests and experiments to conduct to this one. I immediately will transfer the floor to our next speaker, because it's a very important, and for me actually is one very good example how you can manage and how you can start organizing new crisis management system in your country. I admire of our colleagues from Jordan, and I would like to give the floor to Colonel Zubair Tamimi, who is the Chief of Training and Qualification Section at the National Center for Security and Crisis Management in Jordan. He has more than two master's degrees and one bachelor's for English literature, military science, and very, very deep for bios. Colonel Tamimi, I really appreciate for your coming here and to present the National Center for Security. I would like to just to take attention of this. It's not only National Center for Security, but it's a system for security and crisis management for the Jordan. But I will not give your words. Please, the floor is yours, and please to present it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You are sitting here in the center, also to those in the online platform. I'd like, first of all, to thank you, Colonel Orland, the CMDR Center of Excellence, also to your staff to give me this great opportunity to participate in this great conference. I promise that my presentation will not last for more than 10 to 12 minutes since we are running of the time. I will give you just a general overview about some of the Jordanian commitments concerning the climate change. And my presentation will be under the following headlines.
Yeah, we have it.
Next slide, please. Yeah. Just take a general background and Jordan climate profile, talking about the Jordan situation, also the National Adaptation Plan concerning the strategic and objectives also for it, regarding the climate change and what has been done up to now. Next, please. Next. So Jordan has initiated its efforts actually towards climate change since 1999. And had submitted the initial national communication to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, including a comprehensive vulnerability analysis. Next. So the Ministry of Environment, it is the focal point actually to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. And the National Adaptation Plan was established in cooperation with different key ministries and also in cooperation with our center, which complements the efforts of the Ministry of Environment to address climate change in the country's development policy framework. Next, please. Various policy documents actually have been developed by the ministry, including the Climate Change Policy Document, Jordan's Communication Reports, Sectoral Climate Action Plans. The National Adaptation Plan document was prepared based on the Climate Vulnerability Assessment of the Third National Communication Report. Jordan seeks to continuously build adaptive capacity by reducing the country's vulnerability through implementing comprehensive adaptation measures with considerations for the needs of the most vulnerable groups. This is a general background starting from 2003 when the Ministry of Environment was established. Then in 2006, the Environmental Protection Law, also 2014, the Climate Change Directorate was established, 2017, new Environmental Protection Law number 6, and 2019, the Climate Change Bylaw. Next, please. Jordan is located in West Asia region and characterized by dry to semi-dry climate conditions with an annual precipitation that falls under 50 approximately millimeters in most areas. Jordan faces several challenges with the need to import of 98% of its energy, and climate-related hazards are affecting Jordan, such as extreme temperatures, droughts, flash floods, storms, and landslides. These hazards actually are increasing in frequency and intensity due to climate change. Flooding has caused serious implications in the last years, where lives have been lost and several square kilometers of agricultural lands were destroyed, in addition to severe damages to infrastructure. Climate change affects various sectors, including agricultural, coastal areas, biodiversity, urban systems, society, water, and health sectors. Many adaptation programs, of course, and measures have been taken for each sector to mitigate its effects. This is talking about the situation in Jordan regarding the gas house emissions. In 2006, baseline was 28.14 megatons of carbon, and estimated to be 51.03 megatons maybe in 2030, and if the business is as usual. Jordan emissions formulate 0.06% of the global emissions, and this diagram shows all the sectors that it is included according to its percentage. National adaptation strategic objectives for this plan. The first one is strengthening institutional framework, governance, policies, strategies, and legislations. Next, support the coordination mechanism between public, private community-based organizations and other relevant stakeholders, and ensure mainstreaming national adaptation plan in their strategies, and improve knowledge, awareness, and communication tools for an effective NAB implementation process in Jordan. Also build a dynamic and sustainable funding instrument for NAB implementation in Jordan. support research and capacity building programs in the climate adaptation field, and then develop a data management system for climate change adaptation. Actually, what has been done starting from 1994 until 2017, it is shown in the slides. I don't want to just, it is talk by itself. Next slide. Next, please. Until 2020 by the local climate action plans in municipalities also. Next. Now the center, according to the threats that the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan are facing, work and establishing a national contingency plans. Approximately now we have 10 and we have another 11 national contingency plans dealing with the severe weather conditions also. Starting the priorities from the threat that threatens our kingdom, starting from counter-tourism, dealing with the influx of refugees. You know, the Syrian refugees, we have a big number of refugees in our country. And now there is a firefighting national contingency plans, which is related to the global warming, related to the climate change, also the countering environmental pollution. Also, there is coping with the drought implications, also the earthquake national contingency plans. Actually, our center working in 3 operational levels, starting from the tactical level, and then operational level and strategical level. During the tactical and operational, we are keep observing, give advice, and just observing. But the center will be fully activated when it is strategical level if the any incident escalate to be a national crisis. This diagram shows actually our concept of operations in the center. I will just explain it anti-clockwise. Starting from, in case of predicting any incident, there will be a follow-up from the National Operation Room, our room, in coordination with the emergency operation centers at all governorates and security agencies. There will be an evaluation for this incident, and there will be an activating for call list. We have A, B, C call list, depending on the levels of our staff, and there will be a call for the board of directors for the center. It is headed by the Prime Minister. There will be an operations brief, and if there are recommendations to the Prime Minister to declare a crisis as a national level, it will be declaring the crisis as a national level, and then the board of directors will appoint the crisis leader depending on the nature of the crisis. If it is, for example, pandemic, the Minister of Health will be the leader of the crisis. If it is, for example, terrorist attack, the Minister of Interior will be the crisis leader. Now, the NCSCM, which is the National Center for Security and Crisis Management, will be activated to be as a command and control center. Next, please. Now, the crisis leader will coordinate and work in the center in coordination with all the emergency operation centers, starting from the Jordan Armed Forces and security agencies, in state ministries and private sector, also in our 12 governorates in Jordan, also in the emergency operation center in Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in case there is any international coordination and support. Of course, all of these need a technical support from the Information and Communication Technology Directorate, which is in our center. And in case also there is a moving, which is a mobile emergency center, which is incident command post, it will be moving and it is connected with all the infra and communications and facilities with our center. Of course, all of these to provide the crisis leader with a common operation picture. So unless you provide the crisis leader with the accurate, timely, related information, he will not be able to take the right decision. This is actually the main operation room in our center, shows some of our capabilities and some of the resources of our information in the center. Next, please. The COVID-19, pandemic has caused deep disruptions in the development process in Jordan as well as other countries. At the level of domestic and international development financing, COVID-19 has caused a divergence of priorities from climate-related development support into more urgent financing for improved health services and supporting social safety nets. Next, please. Just I want to conclude my brief with His Majesty King Abdullah II participation in the virtual summit, which was organized by the South Korea. And His Majesty actually said, the threat of the climate change is not the problem of one country or region alone. A drought in California, a flood in Kenya, or a wildfire in Australia, they all reverberate across the planet to threaten our very existence. God says in the Holy Quran, the earth God placed it for all creatures. It is our collective responsibility to make sure it stays that way, a sustainable, vibrant home for all. Thank you for your kind attention, and I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Colonel Tamimi. Actually, that was good to finish our conference, and I would like to keep this sentence, what you quoted, and just to thinking for the end of the conference. Definitely, that is the idea of this conference, and to understand the globally how every one of event has some kind of consequence to it doesn't matter which country on the globe. And we should thinking for other Mother Earth as a one land to the all nations. Yes, thank you, and we will continue, of course, with you. I'm really flattered that have possibility to work together with our Jordanian colleagues and our center actually, and we have a common project, and minimum to the end of the year, even next year in the beginning, we will have common events, and we will continue our efforts how to improve both sides, Jordanians and our center capacity for education and training. I would like to thank you one more time and to continue with the next presenter. Stefano, are you here? Yes, Stefano, unfortunately we are out of time, but I would like to finish with you with maybe five minutes to if you could present your article for all our listener and who are here in the hall. I would like to mention that Stefano prepared a special article for our proceeding, and this year our proceeding we will issue around end of September, and the full article you can read it inside. Even this article we are in negotiations. It's one secret, but I will tell you that will be issued in Springer. From that perspective, Stefano, please just for 5 minutes to present with some words about your article, and I would like all we to read it carefully in our proceeding. Please, Stefano. I don't hear you.
You hear me now?
Yes. Now,
excellent.
When you unmuted your mic,
yes, sir.
Everything is fine. Please,
5 minutes.
only 5 minutes. Try
yes, sir.
to present your article.
Yes, sir. Chief Warrant Officer in the Carabinieri, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, good morning. Please remember, Gendarmeries, Carabinieri, we are 100% military and 100% focused on policing civilians. When we go to the presentation, you will see why that is important. What is stability policing? First of all, it is a concept. It was born in 1998 when NATO deployed the first multinational specialized unit to Bosnia. It is used also by other international organizations. And what is this concept about? Wherever NATO has an interest, the host nation populace has police-related security needs, and they also are focused on environmental protection and environmental security. The local police can possibly not be present, as was the case in Kosovo. They can be corrupt, they can be inefficient, not able to give an answer to these needs. Other international organizations are not able to deploy, are not robust enough, maybe they're stopped by a veto. Combat forces could deploy quickly, but they're not trained in policing, so they cannot answer these needs of the population. This security gap is the focus of stability policing. Stability policing bridges the security gap. Brahimi report said why the United Nations were not efficient. They were not robust enough. In 2016, NATO promulgated the Allied Joint Publication 322. It gives us a definition of stability policing. What is it? Police-related activities intended to reinforce or temporarily replace the indigenous police, to restore and uphold public order, security, rule of law, and the protection of human rights. All these can be focused to the protection of the environment, to environment security, obviously also in the overarching challenges posed by climate change. So we have two stability policing missions, the replacement and the reinforcement. If there is no police, or they're not willing to do their job, stability policing, that means NATO stability policing, will take over. If they're actually there, but they're not able to do it because they don't have the capacity, the capabilities, then we can help them. For example, monitoring, are they, when they're patrolling, are they taking care also of the environment? Are they looking at the sites? We can mentor them. If they don't do that, tell them, okay, you station commander, you also need to focus where the waste is going, how the water treatment plant is being surveyed. We can give advice, possibly to the Minister of Interior, telling him, sir, you need a specialized law enforcement agency that can focus specifically on the protection of the environment. This means you need to reform your police, and we can help you out to do that. We can train the personnel so they have the skills, they acquire the skills to perform these tasks, and then we can partner together with them to make sure that they do the job exactly the way it should be done. Who are the actors for stability policing? Well, it is an open club. The best actors are the gendarmes. Why? Because they are military, they know how the military works, but their main focus is policing civilians. The second best are definitely the military police, who are normally more focused on policing the force, but they do have some law enforcement background. They can absolutely contribute. Other military forces, for example, the infantry, can do that, and even civilians. The basic line is all can participate, but not all can do everything. Can we really think that an infantry commander can conduct an investigation about trafficking of waste, possibly through an organized, to criminal organization across borders, to actually get funds that are then laundered and used possibly even to fund the terrorism? That cannot be done. That is not possible. You need specialized police forces. We will absolutely jump over the legal framework. United Nations, there is different NATO publications that involve, I will definitely speak 1 second about NATO policy for protection of civilians that does mention a stability policing dimension to protect the civilians within this human security, also look at the resilience. Somebody that has not been mentioned probably today as a main actor is Interpol. They have one remit dedicated to environmental crime. And as a police officer within the military force, policing the civilians in the host nation, for me, the applicable host nation law is also important. What are the threats to the environment? Military action, even from the First World War, criminal activities, accidents like the one happened in Beirut, or the one that happened in Italy, where a landslide killed more than 2,000 people. Terrorism can actually endanger the population, the environment, and create security challenges, and also logical threats. We hear hybrid threats, the use of lawfare by interesting actors. They use cyber means. Daesh was very good in using social media. They have changed the threat. The threat has changed, and it has changed also against the environment, environmental protection and environmental security. So security challenges arising out of the security. What is the role of stability policing in this? What can stability policing do? First of all, capacity building where we deploy. Second is legal targeting. That is enforcing international and applicable host nation law against adversaries and enemies. That means NATO is finally becoming proactive going after these people. What does this mean? That stability policing defeats enemies and adversaries with other means. Conversely, that means also that stability policing protects the environment with other means that the normal combat force in NATO does not have. Some of stability policing tasks, crowd and riot control, could be in front of a nuclear power plant, for example. Border control, who comes in, who goes out, definitely what goes in, what goes out. Is it waste? Is it toxic waste? High risk arrest to actually go after these organized criminals. Protect people and property, like in this case. Now, somebody might object, well, this is not a police unit. Yes, we said that also the military can actually contribute to stability policing. Critical site security, that means doing the protection on our own, creating local capabilities and capacity in the host nation, like the Carabinieri Command for the Protection of the Environment have done in Djibouti and in Palestine, creating a specialized force, because at some point we want to hand over, they would need to be able to take over the job. Criminal investigation and police intelligence, the two most important tasks. Search and seize, always look for waste, but also for what is connected to the waste, cultural property, money, drugs. They could all be part of the same criminal organization. Crime scene management, when something has happened, when a site is discovered, to keep the population safe, to keep our troops safe, to conduct the forensic activities, find out who the perpetrators are, helped out by biometrics, the automated system to find the identity of the people that we finally want to arrest. Why? We want to counter terrorism, organized crime, and smuggling, also war crime. What are the challenges? Lack of information, lack of enforcement, lack of confidence, and most of all, lack of specialized forces. What is necessary? More international, and I underline police cooperation, to boost the confidence of law enforcement, custom, border, the communities, and obviously the military. This is the comprehensive approach. Takeaways, and I conclude. What does stability policing bring to protection of the environment and environment security? It brings police activities to a military campaign. It feeds the intelligence cycle. It helps in capacity building, protection of civilians, human security, and to create resilience through the legal targeting. Stability policing defeats the enemy and adversary with other means, ways, and ends. That means it protects the environment with other means, ways, and ends. I conclude my presentation with a picture of the Dolomites, World Heritage in the north of Italy. I am ready for your questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Stefano. Actually, it was so interesting that I didn't interrupt you. You promised me 5 minutes, but nevertheless, it was very interesting for me and very informative. And from that perspective, I hope that our listener also like this article. Actually, that was the last presentation, but not the last event from today. But unfortunately, the time is ticking very fast, and now is 8:10, and I don't think that is better to conclude this day today. Let's doing because we have a very interesting workshop which we conducted 2 hours ago with Girgana. Girgana, are you here?
Yes, ready.
Thank you,
Good evening.
Steve. I agree with you that it was very extended day, but very fruitful, really very, very fruitful. Girgana, my proposal to you is tomorrow I will summarize the day 1. I will not finish with summarizing now. I will start with summarizing, actually with you, to summarize the goals and what you achieved from the workshop, to present your results, and after that to summarize day one, what was really interesting, very interesting. Even we as an organizer didn't suppose that will be so interesting, with a lot of proposal, a lot of thinking, a lot of questions which we should think. And tomorrow we'll have more time for this, and we will dedicate it appropriate time. From that perspective, I don't say that we close day one, we will close tomorrow. And now just relax, and I invite all of you and online to come for dinner immediately from here, and to go in the restaurant on with saving instruction, of course, as you see, on 2 meters distance. Thank you very much for these productive days. Just to finish with presenting our certificate to Colonel Tamimi of appreciation for this excellent participation. Thank you. And the next gift, we can drink it together. Thank you. Thank you so much, of course. What? One picture together? Oh, one picture, okay. With distance, social distance. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you. Have a nice evening, and all of you, please, you are invited to tomorrow at 1600 Bulgarian time, 1500 Central European time. We will continue, and we'll finish this day, and we'll continue with the second day. Thank you, and bye. Folks.